Nemo Nation, broadcasting from the Fastport Studios at the historic Degas House in the city of New Orleans, just blocks away from where trucking radio first began.
Hey guys, good morning. Welcome to Nemo Nation, and the man who bears that name, Dave Nemo, is actually sitting across from me, and he's sitting next to Phone Master Andre Thibodeau.
Yeah, good morning, guys.
What's going on, man? What's going on? How you doing?
We are doing wonderfully well. We are here in the lobby of the beautiful New Orleans Convention Center, and we are right in front of Hall J, and that's where all of the action is going to be today, that's for sure.
Named after who? Who is this convention center named after?
Ernest J. Morial.
By the way, and he was not known as Ernest, was he?
No.
What was he known as? You know his nickname?
Yeah, and I can't
We
remember
just walked past his name when we were making our way down here. You called it his corner.
Yeah. What?
You saw his name, blank corner. Dutch's Corner.
Dutch's Corner.
Oh, Dutch's
Dutch
Corner.
Morial.
Ernest Dutch.
How could I forget that?
Ernest Dutch Morial. A lady has just flown. What is that, Ray?
I have no idea. That thing was impressive. Yeah, that was basically like a hover round on crack.
Tricycle.
Yeah.
Do you remember those in the back of comic books? They would have those hovercrafts. You remember those?
In the back of
comic
No,
books.
I predate those.
No, I don't think you do. I don't think you do.
Really?
Do they used to have those in the back of comic books? They would have a hovercraft, and they would tell you that you could build a hovercraft with just about 6 vacuum cleaners.
Really?
I'm not kidding.
I don't.
They actually had an instruction manual. They had an instruction manual that said you could build a hovercraft with simply their instruction manual that you could order, send out there. They would send it back to you, and they would show you that just by appropriating a few vacuum clean machiners, you could build a hover. And they had a picture of a guy like floating in the air. And the few times that people built it, and they actually have them on YouTube now. You can build them. Those things do float you. They are hovercrafts. They are so brutally loud. They are so epically loud as to blow your mind out. They will literally blow your mind out.
It's funny you should mention hovercraft this morning.
Okay.
Because yesterday evening we watched Back to the Future 2.
Ooh.
Which, by the way, as a standalone film is awful.
Yeah.
As a standalone film, it's awful. As a long middle section of a genuine trilogy, it's terrific.
It's almost as if that movie was just a stepping stone to the third movie.
It's a bridge.
Which is where they really want to be.
We did a Western of the Month about the third one,
Yeah,
which
I
is
know,
terrific.
yeah.
But the thing is, but here's the thing. It's like one of those movies where, like the Dark Knight films, they're all good by themselves. If you watch them in order, they're spectacular. And the same thing with Back to the Future. That second one is really a downer. I mean, it gets really dark, and it's only at the end that you have any sort of uplift. The end is amazing, and that moment when the Western Union telegram shows up, remember Joe Faraday shows up? Are you Marty McFly? And he gets a Western Union telegram from like 60 years earlier?
60 years, I think
it's
it was.
60 years earlier. They get a Western Union telegram, dude. You've seen it, right?
Dude, I'm not going to lie to you. I feel like Jerry Seinfeld right now. Western Union! With this microphone in my hand right now.
Andre actually doesn't get a chance to travel with us or do many shows with us live, and so we're teaching him how. No, what we're doing is we're spending time with him. We actually got a chance to bring him down here, and that means our good friend Madison with a T is over at the Fastport Studios at the historic Degas House producing this show. It is the greatest rapid-fire live transportation radio show in the known universe. Forget about our friends from Zebulon 5. The satellite has gone down. We're not getting any sort of broadcast from them these days. We have moved on. We have broken the bounds of the atmosphere, and we are everywhere all at once. We exist not only live from 7 to 11, Monday through Friday, but all of our content is then segmented and exists in perpetuity throughout the universe on platforms like Spotify and Pandora, and yes, even on that particular satellite radio's streaming service.
All of the above.
By the way, we started this new tradition. Our good friend Dean Croak is joining us. Normally, we'd hope that he would be here at the Trumbull Conference, which is where we're broadcasting from at the Ernest Morial Convention. But how about we kind of turn it over to our good friend Dean and say good morning. How are you, Dean? What's going on, man? We can hear you. I don't think Dean can hear us.
Nope. Let me text old Madison and see what I can situate here.
We'll get this all kind of situated on and kind of going on here. Dave,
Yes.
how often have you been to this conference?
The Trimble Conference?
No, not the Tremble Conference, the conference center.
This convention, it's so weird. You live in a town and you hardly ever go to the convention center because that's for folks from out of town. So I think we did Tech Talk with TMC here.
We did that.
We've done ATA here.
Yes, we have.
Yeah, ATA MCE, as it's called. So probably through my career, probably half a dozen times, believe it or not. Yeah.
I don't disbelieve it. I have actually also walked through this convention center on many occasions. It is one of the big. Well, you'll understand why too. I've actually, used to live in the CBD, the Central Business District, and I would go to visit friends over in the Irish Channel, which is right next door. The quickest way to get any place and stay cool in the summertime is walk the distance of the convention center.
Yeah.
So if you walk the length of the convention center one of those 98-degree days, it's a much better way to get from there to here if you're going to be on foot. So I've been through this convention center on many occasions. I just can't say that I have been to many conventions here at this convention center.
Okay.
And it's always, as you know, same as you. If something comes down here for transportation or something fun is on its way, we often, will come down here for a science fiction convention or something goofy that Claire wanted to see or something like that. But we tend to avoid down here because, after all, it's downtown. Ask Lindsay how much time she wants to spend on Broadway on a regular business in Nashville. Dean is with us now. We got him on.
Let's try again.
Let's try again, brother. What's going on this morning?
Good morning, Dean.
Good morning. How you going,
Good morning.
guys?
Hey,
We are hanging in there, man, and I know you're on limited time here, so we don't want to put the muscle to you too much. Last time we talked about Edmund Fitzgerald. What is cooking right now with the freights and the rates in the world of Croak and that guy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, great to be with you. I'm just back from another truck show. Bitterly cold weekend here in New England, last of the truck shows. Raising money for the Connecticut Food Pantry. So a hardy bunch we are. It was 0 degrees with the wind chill here in New England yesterday, but we had a couple hundred trucks come out and brave the weather. So, I'm getting ready to head to London this week. So I've got some travel ahead of me. We've got a wedding this weekend and watch a bit of international rugby this coming Sunday, so I'm prepping for that. But freight market-wise, not a lot of good news, guys. We're kind of in the doldrums here as we head into November. I'm slightly concerned about, the 2-week lead up to Thanksgiving. We're not seeing what we would normally see in the market. Rates are going south instead of heading north. The spot market is kind of one of those leading indicators for the spot market as it goes into Thanksgiving. Normally it's on the rise. Spot markets fell last week. It kind of lost a bit of steam. The broader market, you guys follow the Cass Shipments Index, which is a really good barometer for truckload and LTL and a bit of intermodal. Guys, it fell to its lowest level since the Great Recession. It's down substantially. So not a lot of good indicators out there for the broader freight economy and equipment transport news, finance news, reported bankruptcies are up. Another 12 carriers lost their business in October. So that the warning signs are kind of there that we're heading maybe in the right direction in terms of capacity exiting the industry, but we're kind of heading to that point where we're going to head into 2026 where we're heading to that floor in the market where, we talk about equilibrium. We've talked about it all year, haven't we? Where, where supply and demand kind of reaches that inflection point. Unfortunately, I think that's going to take a bit of time before we get to that point where, in simple terms, the number of loads equals the number of trucks, and you start to get to that point that everybody's been talking about where rates start to rise. I just don't know when we'll get to there because I think it's pure speculation as to say when that's going to happen because we simply don't know. But we're still heading into this fourth quarter where demand is still fairly soft and capacity is still exiting the market. So I'm not the bearer of good news to start the week off because the market is still very soft and rates are still dropping as we head into this sort of 2-week phase away from Thanksgiving. But that said, and I'll wrap up with this thought, rates are still rising in some of those regional lanes if you're hauling Christmas trees out of Nova Scotia or out of the Willamette Valley in Portland, or turkeys out of Joplin, Missouri, for example.
I wanted to ask this. Are we talking about something genuinely contracting, or are we talking about something anemic when it comes to the holidays? I mean, are you the ghost of Christmas yet to come, or the ghost of Christmas past in regards to, are we talking about something that is a disappointing sort of seasonal bump, or are we talking about a genuine sort of, contractive action that then puts us into the first quarter of next year, which is traditionally an absolute disaster? What are we talking about here?
If we hadn't have had the shutdown end last week, it would have been a genuine disaster. As it is, I'll have to sit on the fence because I think we're just going to skate by.
Okay.
And we're just going to get away with this one, luckily. Because if we didn't have the shutdown, everybody would have pared right back on their spending. Because the soft underbelly of the market was really exposed a couple of weeks ago when SNAP benefits were really starting to bite in the refrigerated market. So I think we're just going to skate by, Jimmy Mack. I think we are just going to get away with this.
Yeah, and it's my hope too that we get what I call a relief bump. The idea that people are so relieved that the government is reopened. And I know that people who say, doesn't affect me. Dude, it affects everybody. People have no idea the cascade effect of what the Christmas shutdown would have meant and what a SNAP benefits contraction would have meant to Walmart and Sam's Club and all those other places where people actually often take the money they are paid and funnel it right back into the places that they work. It would have,
small grocers too, small neighborhood grocers.
Small neighborhood groceries. Anybody
they're already feeling it.
Yeah, anybody. Dave is absolutely right. All those EBTs not being able to be honored would have been a disaster, and it looks like at least we'll escape one step ahead of the sheriff. Like I said, I know that you have limited time, and we ask you to just kind of drop in and give us kind of a hey-ho. How was the event in terms of raised money? What was the ultimate number in terms of the food banks?
We'll raise about $20,000 again for the food bank and various charities in the Connecticut region. The guys every year was the 8th annual event for the Connecticut community. The guys do a really good job down there. We had a couple of hundred trucks, which is always a tough ask in the cold weather. And it rained overnight, which is always a tough thing because a lot of drivers spend all week cleaning their trucks, and what rain does. Rain on the way to the event gets the trucks completely dirty. Like, you only need a small shower and everything's ruined. So we had a delayed start as it was, but everybody did a wonderful job. I'm just full of admiration for all of these guys that work so hard. We had guys there that had quad axle RGNs wiping down every square inch of the RGN trailer, and winning awards at the end of the day, like in bitterly cold weather. It's something to see. So about $20,000 I think we would have raised by the end of the day.
It never ceases to amaze me. I know even as much as exposure as you get to all of this good work and generosity you see, it just never stops amazing me how these people, even in the worst of economic times, always manage to turn out and top themselves in regards to their efforts. I'll give you the last word on that before we got to shuffle off into our break. And we really appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much for making the time. But final word from you. What we got?
Have a great week down there. I think I think a lot of truckers that are out there looking for the opportunities. There's going to be some pretty good regional opportunities for carriers out there. I think e-commerce. There's going to be a lot of busy short-haul regional lanes looking to replenish those stores for things like Allentown to Boston, Atlanta to Lakeland. Los Angeles to Phoenix, all those short-haul lanes are going to be incredibly busy in the next few weeks, so keep your eye out for some opportunities there.
Dean Croak is now not only a member of the reconstituted Road Gang and the man who helped to set up the Fast Sports Studios in the city of New Orleans, and the guy who appears every other week. He is now the guy who appears every Monday just to drop in and give us the hints on the freights and rates over at DAT. He's got a blog over there as well, too. And if you're not following him on social media, you're missing some of the most joyful content available. Thank you, my friend. It's good to hear your voice.
All right. Have a great week. Thanks, guys.
Have a great trip to London, Dean.
Yeah, London town. It's good times, by the way. Big thanks to Dean Croak. Big thanks to Dave Nemo. Big thanks to phone master Andre Thibodeau. And a big thanks for Madison getting up earlier than her regularly scheduled appearance to make her way over to the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, blocks away from where the whole thing began. We're blocks away in the other direction from where the whole thing began. The WWL 870 studios are not far from here, are they not?
That is correct. And then, when we moved from North Rampart Street, we moved to what was at that time the CNG Tower.
And you were in the Roosevelt before then, weren't you?
We were in the Roosevelt before.
Roosevelt, WWL, and then the CNG Tower.
From South Rampart to North Rampart, because that's where the Roosevelt is.
Man the ramparts, Nemo's coming.
Yeah.
Man the ramparts. Phone Master Dre is here on the scene. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back on the other side. I'm going to let Dre kind of introduce this pledge, national anthem, and a bracing cup of coffee from Pastor John.
I think everybody should just take a big breath with me, don't you think? And Madison, take us away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked alive, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Monday, 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 Monday. Hey, it's Monday. I want to share something with you. A lot of you, ladies and gentlemen, have had some struggles and had some challenges. I mean, with the economy being like it is, and then, stuff is happening all across the country. I want to share something with you found in Matthew. It's found in Matthew chapter 11, verse 28. And this is something that's going to bless someone this morning. And I know because it blessed me. Matthew 11, 28. Now, I want you to listen very careful. And if you're dealing with something, I need for you to hear this morning. Because I'm not going to elaborate on it. I just need for you to hear it. Now, listen to what Matthew 11, 28 says. He says, come to me. And listen. Come to me, all who labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Listen to it again. Matthew 11, 28. I'm going to let you do your own devotional with this one. Matthew 11, 28. This is this is not for everybody. This is just for those that are going through something right now. For those of you that are out there on the road right now, life has hit you in the gut. Life has punched you. You got family issues, financial issues, whatever you got going on. I need for you to hear what Matthew has to say and what God allowed Matthew to pen so that you and I can live our lives better. Matthew 11, 28 says, come to me, all who labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. That's all I got to say. Matthew 11, 28. Come to me, all who labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. God bless you.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Ooh, thank you, Pastor. That's what we needed on this Monday. Don't you think there, Jimmy?
It is a chilly Monday in Ohio, according to our good friend Jody. Hashtag RGR, good morning from Arizona, from Marshall Platter. Our good friend Tim of Truckers Voices says good morning to you, Dave. Good morning, family. Happy Monday. Joe J. Man, what would we do without Joe J spreading the good word? Good morning, Nemo Nation from Sherman, Texas. The Paranormal Pie Man says good yoing.
All right.
Okay, back to work from Red Jack. Tim says sounds like Electrolux needed sales, and our good friend the Touchdown.
Hey there, tea time.
Our good friend the Touchdown, the Turtle Tarragara says good morning and says hit that thumbs up, and the Paranormal Pie Man does a trifecta of turtles, and of course our good friend Joe J said beat you to it. Lots of folks out there, Lovey and Earl at 504, Lovey and Earl. Good morning, my family. Have a great day. And Jerry Bowers shows up and says, good morning, everybody. Hashtag RGR. And Truckers Voices just put a stream of American flags. America with a capital A. And, of course, we all know my favorite knock-knock joke, don't we?
Tell me.
Why are there no knock-knock jokes about America?
Why?
Because freedom rings, baby. Freedom rings.
Ding dong, brother.
And speaking of a great American, not overrated, Dave Nemo.
Oh.
You just brought back a flashback to me, my childhood, preschool, pretty much.
Yeah.
But we had one of those Electrolux vacuum cleaners, and that was the greatest toy in the world.
I'm telling you, dude, you get 8 of them, 6 of them, you get yourself a hovercraft.
Yeah. But
That's
if you
the
only
payoff.
have one, you can ride them because they have skis. Man. You could ride them, and believe it or not, if you took this hose off of the vacuum cleaner, you know what a didgeridoo sounds like, right?
Yeah.
In Australia?
Yeah.
Tube and throat
You
singers.
could do that with a vacuum cleaner. My mother told me to stop doing that.
Is this
That
what
explains a lot.
Is this what people can expect on Night Beat this evening?
Oh, let me
He just
tell
starts
you.
it with the
I got to
didgeridoo.
tell you, you mentioned Joe J.
Mm-hmm.
He sent a request. I opened up the show with a request because we break for requests. In the old road gang, no matter what was going on, heck, in the new show, no matter what's going on, somebody calls, somebody emails, somebody texts something, we go right into the other lane. And so we're going to start with that request. But this show tonight, what I'm going to record today for tomorrow night, it wrote itself. It's alternative versions of songs that were already big hits. And in many cases, the alternative version became even a bigger hit. And there are some of the best stories.
So it's
in
awesome
music.
cover songs is what we're
Awesome
talking.
cover songs.
Awesome
alternative
cover
versions
songs.
by some unlikely characters.
If I had known that that's what you were going to do, you know what my awesome cover request would have been? And it would have bought you all the time for you and Dre to be able to talk while the song played. The Isley Brothers cover of Seals and Crofts' Summer Breeze, dude.
Yes.
You ever heard that?
It's amazing that you should mention the Isley Brothers from Cincinnati, Ohio.
Why is
Because
that?
they're featured on this program, but I will write that down because Cheryl gave me a couple of other, like The Wind Cries Mary by
What's the name of
Jamie
the show?
Cullum.
What are you titling the show?
Alternatives.
Well, you know what you call the next one, right? Son of
Oh,
Alternative.
so I love it. Yes, okay, we got it. Son of Alternatives coming to a.
I love a good sequel title. You know, two. You know, I don't know if you know that Godfather really started the idea of doing part 2. Before then, sequels had other titles. You know.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, like Father of the Bride. The next movie wasn't called Father of the Bride Part 2. It's called what is it? Baby's Little Helper, something like that.
God.
Something like that. But like a Shot in the Dark is the sequel to the Pink Panther. You know, but my other favorite was, you know, King Kong. We got. It's not King Kong 2. It's Mighty Joe Young.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, let's get another title going. So it's Son of. I like
Son of Alternatives. Yeah, I love it.
Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, our good friend Phone Master Dre. How was your weekend, sir?
Man, it was pretty darn too good, but I'm trying to get past the thought of Dave having the vacuum like stuck on his lips. Yeah, I'm just thinking about it sucking your lips off. So I
No,
gotta get past.
so you're blowing.
I know,
yeah,
but now
yeah.
I'm picturing that. That's the first thing I thought about was that. But my weekend was
Believe me,
pretty
that's
good.
a lesson I learned the hard way.
I
All right,
going
Dave,
in
turn it on.
going into the conversation talking about my weekend. With cleaning the car yesterday with the girls, I got the vacuum and like they kept messing around in the back, and I just stick it on them, get their hair, and they would just scream, and then that people look at me probably, yeah.
Wow, you have long hair.
Yes.
I'm growing mine long.
It's looking good, dapper.
And do you remember? You may not remember this. You may be too young, but there was a thing. It was called Flow something, and it was a
yes, yeah. It was Dyson.
It was. Okay, did you put it on like a hair dryer or something, and it caused a blade?
I think it is. Madison can probably cue in with this at some point if she wants to, because I feel like she would know.
Man, it was fascinating. I always thought, take a vacuum cleaner and just do your hair with it. But it didn't last very long, I don't think. I think it's on the island.
How was your weekend, Dre?
My weekend was pretty good. Look, I'm not gonna lie to you. I had to go to my girlfriend's mom had a work event, and we were gonna go to a picnic. Bring the girls, and I'm like, oh man, that's so exciting, but I'm missing something. I'm gonna miss out on something. I'm stressing. I can't remember. As soon as I walk in there, they had 3 projectors with the LSU game. We're in Baton Rouge. I didn't think about us being in Prairieville. I was like, oh,
it's because the season's over, man.
Yeah.
The season's over, dude. And then they end up winning the football game.
We got the boot, baby.
Yeah, who cares?
Dude, don't do that.
I know you care. I know. But no, it's like, we're supposed to win the national championship this year.
Yeah.
Supposed to have the Heisman Trophy winner this year. And it just turns on that the only person. But you know who's got bragging rights, huh? You know who's got real bragging rights today? LaRue. Lindsey Lawler, Double L's got serious bragging rights because the Oklahoma Sooners beat the Alabama Crimson Tide 23-21. Wait for it, in Tuscaloosa. That's the first game they have lost at home. That's the first game they have lost at home since Joe Burrow went to town. Wow. Wow. I mean, and of course, Lindsey was over the moon. She literally was going to see Dustin Nickerson that night, the comedian, but was like literally till the lights went down. Lindsey was checking the score rapidly because that game had if the game had a sphincter factor from a scale of 1 to 10, the sphincter factor on that particular game, Dave, was about a 13.
Yeah.
It was tense. It was a big day in college football. Hope you guys all had a great weekend. We do have to take a break. Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, phone master Andre Thibodeau is in the house, which means Madison with a T is over at the Degas house at the Fast Sports Studios. You guys can hear that music rolling in. We will take you to the other side of this. We are broadcasting live from the Ernest N. Morial Convention Center. The Dutchman flyeth again over here. That's kind of clever. Dave's more clever.
The Flying Dutchman was a ship, and we're on the river. Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
Woo! It is Nemo Nation, and we are live from New Orleans, but in a different location, Jimmy.
The Ernest N. Morial Convention Center. Dave, why are we here?
We are here for... You
got it. Just read the signs.
We are here for a very unusual event. Well, you know what? They're not so much unusual anymore. There are no trucks here, but this is all about trucking. It's all about the cyber world of trucking, where technology meets the road.
That makes us at the Trimble Conference. At some point, you're going to say the Insight Conference.
We are at the Trimble Insight Conference,
Tech.
or the TIC, as I like to call it.
We got a lot of people we're going to be
Trimble
talking to
Insight
today.
Conference.
Yeah, we got a lot of people we're going to be talking to today, right? Along with our good friend Tara Garris. Just in a moment, the Turtle will be joining us in just a half second. We are talking to a whole bunch of other folks as well, Dave. Who we got on the docket? Who we looking at? Who is coming to Nemo Nation along with our regulars? We got people dropping in, do we not?
We do indeed. Michael Freeze is going to be joining us here in just a little while at the top of the next hour at 9 o'clock.
Who has
Central
reason
Time.
to celebrate for two reasons. One, Dave, his Steelers won, and it turns out that Aaron Rodgers' injury, the fractured wrist that he got, was on his non-throwing hand and looks like it is a minor fracture that nothing more than a brace will fix. So Michael will be able to tell us about what's going on in the trucking world and not constantly come back to screaming and profanity on the air. Who besides that? Who else we got?
Well, I got ahead of myself here. We are going to, in the top of the next hour at 8 o'clock Central Time, Tawny Mars is going to be joining us. She is the lead data scientist at Trimble. And we're going to be talking about data analytics, data science. I want to ask the question, is data is or do data are? You know, I thought data was a character on Star Trek.
But
Beanie and Scotty.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I always thought it was, well, the data is telling us.
Mm-hmm.
No, the data are telling us, so data evidently is plural. But I still so that's the one thing I want to learn today. Is data is or does data are?
Well, I think the more we make data are, the more we play data against itself. And if we can actually divide data from itself, what we can do is then make sure that we ensure our survival. If data all gets together and becomes an is, we got a problem. But if data is an are, we can actually play factions of data, find some pro-human data. See what I'm saying here?
Data wars,
Sorry for all this grammar, English
after
majors.
The data wars, what's left?
The data wars, you know.
Yeah.
The day-to-day wars that is Nemo Nation, by the way. We got Chowder on the phone, and then we're going to drop in our good friend Touchdown. So let's get Chowder in to say good morning before the Touchdown joins us here. Chowder!
Chowder, buddy.
Hey, Chowder, good morning.
Morning, Dave. It's nice to actually hear you. Morning, Jimmy.
I know. Every time we're hooked up, we don't get hooked up, but here we are. Okay.
Hooked up, man. What's
Morning,
going
brother. Oh, I got to say good morning, Brother Andre, too. And,
Hey, Puddin'.
Miss Turtle and Tara with a T, Madison. Hey, well, Jimmy, I had an interesting voyage to the West Coast. I made it over Donner. It was really good. I went on a little hike in the big town of Hayward next to Half Moon Bay. Found me some wild turkeys, not the drinkable kind, but I probably could have if I would have caught them. And I plucked me 3 wild pomegranates that were very tart, bitter, and sweet, which, you know, depending on what part of the pomegranate you got, some were pretty big and starting to crack open, so they were super ripe and sweet, and some were smaller and bitter, more like I like them. That was interesting to find out there in the big town of Hayward. Then I went across the desert and finally remembered to stop just east of Barstow at the lava fields, neglected some sign that said nothing about trespassing or going across the fence, and broke me off a big piece of lava to bring back to the wife, but it's okay. I used the stick to get where it said do not cross the line, so if they want to arrest the stick, they can. And now I'm over here in I'm over here in 287 South over here in Texas and sitting in a fog bake trying to figure out how they're going to swap this load that I don't have time for. But when you get on that data program or data, depending on if we're watching Star Trek or talking about industrial numbers, could you ask them if this data is going to be more accurate than the data that they use in the NFL for making bad calls on when to kick field goals or not?
Yeah, because it was crazy, man.
Don't seem to be good.
There's an app for that.
There's an app for that. By the way, I wish maybe the coaches have an app.
Everything. Is there an app to get rid of apps and go back to Amazon and buy Common Sense? That's what app I want.
By the way, if you were watching the football games yesterday, with my deep apologies to all of our OIDA friends who are basically in agony about what happened yesterday over with the unfolding events between Kansas City and Denver, may I just point out that you got the Super Bowl coaching that you should have gotten in the year that the Patriots and the Rams played. I don't know if people realize this, Dave, after that terrible call in the NFC Championship, it was so egregious that people didn't notice that there were two egregious calls in the next game on Tom Brady's behalf that he literally asked for.
Huh?
Yeah, well, actually egregious, like game on the line, egregious. That we actually got the Super Bowl that we should have seen in 2019 between the Chiefs and the Saints, but we got in Denver.
I listened to a lot of games yesterday, and they all sound like a lot of egregious calls. Only thing I've learned is they don't know what holding is, pass interference, and it seems awful scripted with some of these big comebacks by teams that are probably higher in fantasy football than others. But I do know the best thing about yesterday's game between the North Platte Mud Ponies and the Kansas City Swifts. I'm married to a North Platte Mud Pony fan, and I have a friend, seat cover chaser, that likes the Swifts. And that game couldn't have been any more boring. Unfortunately, at least the Swifts, who I like less, lost.
Amen.
We're going to bring in the turtle now to talk about touchdowns. We love you, Chowder.
You guys have a good day. I caused no
Thanks,
trouble.
Chowder.
Yeah, by the way.
Later. Bye.
Yeah. By the way, guys, quality phone call right there.
Quality
phone call right there. Comes in, talks about what he wants to talk about, knows it's time to go. Doesn't have one more thing. That guy. You know that guy, right?
Yeah.
So you got 3 other phone calls coming in, and that guy. Chowder ain't that guy. You know who is that gal, but in a positive way?
Go on.
The turtle. The touchdown. Say it one more time.
Go on.
TG.
I
What's
didn't even have to
going
do
on?
it 3 times.
It is you. You say it twice, and it's just as nice. What's going on, turtle?
Time.
What's going on?
Oh, my goodness. Good morning, guys. You two are in a familiar yet unfamiliar place this morning. How's the setup over there at the convention center?
It is beautifully wonderful. We are right next to the water fountain, right across the hall from the, you know those.
I mean, right across the hall from the. You know what he's talking about, by the way. And it just literally sounds like they have a blue plate special at the end of the day, too. I'm just waiting for him to say that.
He's been eyeing those massage chairs across from us for a
I
while.
go in for the early bird special.
Tara, I'm about to put this table in our suitcase. This is a nice table.
It's a nice table. What's the
love
name of
this
the woman
table.
who's actually going to run interference for us? There's a nice lady over there. What's her name?
I think that is Miss Kelly.
Miss Kelly?
Kelly, yeah.
Oh, by the way, Kelly.
Kitty and Kelly. I got 2 of them.
Kelly is sitting over there right now on her computer. We tried to drag her onto the air, but she wouldn't come. She wouldn't be a part of it. She's like now hiding. She realizes we're talking to her.
You guys are crazy.
Yeah, so she wouldn't do it.
And I talked to our next guest, Tanya, and I'm like, yeah, we'll get you over there soon. She's like, hope not too soon. I was like, oh, yeah, 8 o'clock. Sorry.
Actually, how about we bring her on right now? I think you should get up and go get her right now.
I should arrest her
Okay,
out.
say it with me, Dre. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Go on.
Well, speaking of that guy, first up, Sean F. dropped in and said he was listening to Dean Croak on replay, so if he never misses a segment, you know we support that. Any segment with
There
Dean.
you go.
Pull people in quick. They never leave. They love Dean.
I love Dean.
Oh, man.
I love Dean.
Dean, not so mean.
Dean the machine.
It's really funny, we've met people to do segments on the show back in the day, and actually I've been here long enough to actually say back in the day. Dave, do you remember the first time we met Dean in that hotel room? There was a case of money and the guns. No, the other time. The other time.
Oh, the other time?
No, but remember we had that meeting with him in the suite, and it's like determining, if we have room for a segment. The guy started talking. 3 minutes into him talking, Dave and I were like, "Yeah, we're done here. You're on the show."
Yeah,
I mean, you're on the show. I mean, I don't even know how to kind of phrase this, but when can you start? Why weren't you here yesterday? Yeah, the dude is just the best. The dude is a national treasure and a great American too. A great American.
You guys are gonna think I'm lying, but I literally dreamt about Dean Croak last night. Don't get weird. I had a dream about Dean Croak,
Same
though.
here.
I really did. I was.
Go on,
Wait,
details.
you dreamed about Dean, too?
Do you dream about Dean?
Was Tara in that dream?
He's got like
Yeah.
long Fabio hair and he's driving the Peterbilt, but that's a different dream.
That's a different Dean,
Oh,
too,
well.
man.
Yeah.
I was at a college party, which I've never been to a college party before, and Dean just walks in. He's like, "Tara, is that you?" I'm like, "Hey, Dean, what are you doing here?" He's like, just here, and that was it. And then the dream
I brought
just,
the keg.
stopped and
But it'd be really funny.
Yeah.
It'd be
Dean
funny.
brought
He
the
would
keg.
he would bring you over and be like, "You want to know how the keg got here?"
Yeah.
I can and he explains the rates of how the keg got there. And here's the best part.
Yes.
You're fascinated.
Yes.
It isn't like you're going like, "Oh my
Yes.
God, Dean, please." It's like, "Please
Dean,
go
whatever.
on."
No.
Tara wouldn't get
Go
this,
on.
but then he starts talking like Matthew McConaughey from Dazed and Confused.
Wait, it's all of a sudden all these groovy like hip kids have like circled. What's going on back there? Dean Croak's talking.
Yeah, man.
Be quiet,
Dean Croak's
dude.
got the
He's
rates.
talking
Like,
wisdom.
What is it? The rates keep going down, and I stay the same age,
Thank
man.
you. I was trying to fit that in. Oh, that's perfect.
Dean Croak. Dean Croak is a true serum, man. We're gonna create some PSA spots for that.
Go on.
Dean Croak is a true serum. Actually, give me a little bit of that.
Go on.
Well, next we got a comment from @BrokenCDL System on the latest Education Station segment featuring Jane Jazrawi, and it says, Trucker Steve, CDL instructor here on YouTube. Good information, and I agree with much of what was stated. A good CDL trainer, give me the one that has a passion for teaching, wants to be their best every single day, and go above and beyond for their students above what is required. So solid feedback from someone who teaches it every day as well.
There's a growing conversation, by the way, online. Donnie Tolk actually shared this. There's people saying, that training, Dave, is turning into a buzzword. It's the latest buzzword.
Yeah.
And the thing is, too, it's like safety now. There's training. And Donnie is quick to point out there's some people who are really smart about this. And anybody who listens to that segment, Education Station, listens to Jane and I talk about it, listens to all of the amazing people that we talk about it with on a regular basis. Training is, as Donnie points out, is not just the training you get. The CDL schools do the ones that the CVTA, the NAPF, TDS, and some others who should join those organizations do a really great job of doing it. But that's only the first step. It's the follow-up. That if training becomes, like a broad term, and underneath that they have like instruction, repetition, follow-up, accountability. If, in fact, you have a series of steps underneath training and that it continues throughout the course of your career, that's training. But when it becomes about simply giving people a great CDL program is not going to get you where you need to get to. A good trainer when you get to your carrier, a good mentor when you get to your small business, and on and on and on. That's the big thing, though. That's the big conversation right now because it worries me, Dave, just like safety and culture. My three least favorite words that are deadly important: training, safety, and culture. That's kind of the deal. And he's absolutely right. That was a good segment, and Jane really knows how to dig into that and does the same thing. She goes further like all of our friends do. Sorry, I got a thing for training. Dre, would you care to help me out here?
Go on.
Well, Joe J stopped in to say, when I drove 48 states, my favorite thing to do was try different barbecue all over. Coolest place I ever found was Cowboy Up Country Cookin' in Summers, Montana, a barbecue place run by a husband and wife on their ranch. Very unique.
Oh,
that
nice.
sounds like a spot worth for a road trip, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you have a Friday job now, by the way. You and Joe J are meant to look up and figure out if it's still there. You really are, really do. By the way, I don't know if you noticed this, Dave, when we were driving over here in the Uber from the Degas Studios, actually brought to you by Fastport. If you look to your right, there is an inner city compound that's in Central City that is a barbecue joint, Trey. I was going to point it out to you. It was so foggy, though, but you can see the murals. Barbecue is, I'm telling you, man, bro country has taken over the culture of this country, by the way. What's your favorite barbecue? If you have to have one piece of meat barbecue, Dave, what is it?
Oh boy, I prefer the ribs, but I go for the chicken just because of the health thing. But I love ribs, man.
Even pork ribs?
Yeah.
I mean, because pork's the other white meat, too.
It is the other white meat. I remember that.
That's a first.
Boy, that was a great pitch, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I'm telling you. And the chicken, by the way, the thing about chicken with barbecuing is you got to cook it before you barbecue it.
Yeah.
I think everybody's agreed that's kind of the deal. Even if you're cooking it on the grill, you got to cook it first and then cook it through.
Smoke it.
Then put it on the grill. You get into real trouble.
I have a question.
Ask.
If you guys had to take away one of the animals, like fish, cow, chicken, pig, like what would you take away and never eat ever again, animal-wise?
Chicken. Straight up chicken.
Really?
I like them. I like them.
You mean because of personal involvement?
Personal
with those
involvement.
animals? Yeah,
Personal
I
involvement.
chickens
Personal
too.
involvement, man. It
Chickens
just
are amazing little.
I mean, basically, we were given a giant food producing machine. We're like, you know what? Let's kill it instead. Let's just kill it. Let's just kill it. If I got to make a choice, I ain't making choices. By the way, go ahead, Dre.
All right. Anybody feel the same way I do about burnt ends?
You not like them?
Oh, I love them.
Oh, they're fantastic.
Oh, my
Sapp
God.
Brothers has great burnt end sandwich. Sapp Brothers
Exactly.
burnt end sandwich is outstanding.
Nice segue,
They're
Jimmy.
not screwing around either, man. It's real Kansas City
It's
stuff.
the kind they used to serve in the Old West.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go on.
Please.
Well, Jimmy, I think we should make a rant segment at least once a month, because every time you go on some sort of long form rant, it gets people going in the comments. So this one is from J. Brad TLM. He dropped in on the rant of the so-called diesel mechanic shortage over on YouTube and said, "There's no shortage of mechanics, there's a shortage in pay. But unfortunately, there is a consistent approach to most things in life. They get the most for the least. Everyone wants high-quality stuff for free. If they started paying diesel mechanics $75K per year, companies would have more applications, and they wouldn't know what to do with them." Your rant brings people out of the woodwork, Jimmy.
Well, I always go back to my one thing. It's like, we had a nurse shortage in this country back in the 70s. You know how we solved it? Anybody know? Anybody? We solved it. We solved the nursing. We paid them.
Bribery.
We paid them. We had the crazy idea. We had the crazy idea that maybe RN should make maybe not the same living as a doctor, but that RNs and especially high-end nurses should make a lot of money and should be in high demand. And once we did that, it's amazing how many quality people we got in nursing. It's amazing to me. I mean, that's the thing too, is the fact that they're absolutely right. The other thing is too, this goes back to training too. We don't create paths. We don't. That makes sense, Dave? We don't create a path. A lot of places, like T.A. Petro doesn't have this problem. They lay out a path. It's like, here's where you will be and here's how you will get there. But a lot of places, it's like, yeah, you'll be a mechanic, and that'll be the end of that. Maybe you'll get a raise. Maybe you won't. And if no path, there's no reason to do it. I'm going to start actually doing videos of rants. I'm just going to do these shows and then get to the end of them and cut actual videos, and then we can post them up on YouTube. People can get angry. See all these bros talking about college football and getting like a gazillion likes and a gazillion thumbs down. So I want to get a piece of that action right now.
Rant Minute brought to you by Jimmy, man.
Rant Minute. Let's go for 5, man. I'll do them live, too, man. Get the camera set up and let's just roll, man.
An hour.
Dirty 30. That's what I'm telling people right now. Look at Ike Stevens, man. That dude's tearing it up. He's tearing it up, man. Going live on the video and doing the thing.
I want to have something about Dave ranting about something.
Okay.
Yeah, certain vehicles. Why does this toilet paper feel like this? Like certain things like that.
You know what really grinds my gears?
Yeah, exactly.
Dave
there we
Nemo.
go.
Dave Nemo. By the way, that's Peter Griffin, by the way. You can't take that, but that's the absolute truth. Dave, is there anything right now going on in the news, Dave? And it's okay if the answer is no. Just do me a favor. Just don't go, no. Right now that's happening in the trucking space that really you're just like, this is like just, what is going on here?
Well, it's interesting. In fact, I was going to ask Michael Freeze about this in a couple of hours. They are going back to look at things that they've done away with in terms of hours of service for drivers, like the split sleeper berth. And I've made this point before. Think about this. You got a guy, he's a young man, he learns how to drive a truck, he becomes a professional truck driver, he meets a young girl, they get married, they have kids, they have a family, but he's gone a lot, but he's a good provider. Kids are grown up now, they're in school or in college or whatever, and now the wife, who also had a job, quits that job or retires from it and then goes out on the road with her husband. And they live their senior years together out on the road. They're going to places in Wyoming with great barbecue. They're going to New Orleans to a convention. They're doing all kinds of stuff out on the road, making a living, but seeing the country at the same time. And then all of a sudden it became unsafe on paper.
Yeah.
Somehow or another, somebody who doesn't even have a driver's license decided that it was unsafe. They pulled the rug out from under these people, and we had a big glip in the industry for a while. And now they're looking at, I wonder if we should bring that back. So they're going to spend 5 years deciding whether they should bring the 5 and 5 back. And that just aggravates. It's aggravating.
The committee about having a committee is forming a committee.
Yeah.
Is what's happening right now. I was curious, Dave. I mean, you're a person who likes spending time with your wife. You enjoy, and of course, anybody who's been married as long as you guys have, if you're not enjoying spending time with your wife, maybe you're doing something wrong. But you're a guy who, you and Cheryl love to do stuff together. And it just seems to me that it almost seems like an act of cruelty that you have these people who want to take an adventure together, and they're being like, and what was the rationale behind it? Do you know? Do you understand?
Well, because 5 hours is not enough sleep to get it one time or another, and that's not the way it used to work. You know what I mean? It's a lot. God, I hate to, I think I'm the one who called trucking a lifestyle first, and I'm starting to hate it. Frankly.
But it's a lifestyle choice.
But it is.
Well, Dean and I talk about this all the time in regards to sleep. Sleep is a very personalized thing.
It is.
It's a very personalized thing. And people, and Dean's take is that we should actually, I don't know if you know this, Dre, that we should actually structure the hours of service around people's sleep rather than around their work.
Exactly.
And what's really cool, by the way, you can hear it, guys. This whole place is beginning to come to life. We're over here at the Trimble conference, the Insight Conference. Dave Nemo, Andre Thibodeau, myself, Jimmy Mack, and of course, it is Breaker Back Talk with our good friend, Touchdown Turtle the Touchdown, Tara Garris. Go on.
I wish I was there with you guys. I love all the noise in the background. It's my favorite. But Mike Gaffin, also known as the Boston Trucker, commented on his segment from last week's Nemo Nation and said, "It's always an honor to be a part of Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation. Thanks for having me." Mike always brings the love and the information to us.
Thank you, Mike. He's great company, by the way, and that segment was actually terrific. That segment was a great breakdown about old dogs and new tricks and learning new technologies. I'm going to bring up Ike again because he and I had a great conversation about this. I am just so impressed with these men, young and old, these women, young and old, who take the time, Tara, to really figure out the next technologies and play around with them and understand that you got to play with them first, that you got to play solitaire if you're going to learn the computer. You got to screw around and do some stupid stuff with it if you're going to kind of make it work. He's a good time, Dave, and I wanted to ask you a question. So we got Ike. We got Aubrey, we got Mike Gaffin, we got these folks. Do you feel like sometimes, let's take a shot, do you feel like sometimes that those men and women capture more of the spirit of the road gang than some of the folks on the previous platform? Straight up question, yes or no?
Oh, absolutely. That's a no-brainer. It really is. Because the humanity involved in what we do is it's starkly apparent a lot of times to us. To the general public, it's not. One of the points I make about the invisibility of the truck driver is the fact that if a car cuts you off on the interstate or whatever, and blah, blah, you always say, "Look at that idiot, look at that guy." Or look at it, a lot of other things, but you're talking about the guy behind the wheel.
It's the green Kia that cuts you off. It's very, very specific. It's not SUVs. It's not a car. Yeah. When a truck cuts you off, it's and which means it's always the same driver in your mind.
Exactly.
It's the same person. That's a really great point, by the way. And I just feel like that these. And our good friend Tim, by the way, you were on Truckers' Voices with him.
Yeah,
by the way,
and Steve.
There's another gang of guys right there, absolutely capturing the spirit of what this is all about, which is about the human connection, about restoring that human connection.
Truck Show Joe.
Truck Show Joe, another great example of this. These are guys who are actually engaged in both the profession and the entertainment and the aggregation of news and information. I got to tell you, Dave, that sounds like the future to me. That sounds like the past come alive in the future of technology.
Exactly, yeah. Because what we did before, and I'm going to say, on the old AM radio days, after midnight and all of that stuff, it became a world unto itself. And now that world is gone, okay? It may come back, doubt it. And now we're in a completely new world, but the same thread, that thread has not been broken.
It's just different people have picked it up. Some people sit in bedrooms all across America, sadly, kind of bloviating aggregated news, and some people are out there on the road and engaged with people and having the time of their lives, which sounds an awful lot more like the Road Gang to me. All right, Tara, we're going to run out of time here, so go on.
Well, speaking of the past coming alive, someone commented on Facebook on the lineup for today's show and said, and then, ... Night Beat. And Dave, I know you just gave us a breakdown of the contents, those awesome cover songs, and we break for turtles, right? But we also break for requests, and we have a request from Ice Princess.
Oh.
Dave, you got your pen ready?
Okay.
You ready? Okay.
Yes. Tell us
I think
what
it is going to rain today by Neil Diamond from the album Stones.
Oh, wow. I think it's going to rain today, which was written by Randy Newman. Has its most magisterial cover by, I think, Joe Cocker. And then a little Neil Diamond. Doesn't hurt anybody.
Very nice.
You know,
So kind of in the theme of what you are already doing, but we definitely could revisit this topic. It's a huge topic.
Somebody made a really good point about those two covers, Dave. The Joe Cocker cover of Randy Newman's song.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said in Randy Newman's version, no one is saved. In Joe Cocker's version, we're all saved. he actually Joe Cocker's version adds a chorus of African American singers.
And also, congrats to him on the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Congrats to Joe Cocker.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, yeah, but he's gone.
I mean,
Dude.
but still
Too
to his
little-
family.
like the Cobra, dude. Like poor Cobra couldn't get to the finish line. Joe Cocker is in. That is absolutely correct. Warren Zevon is in.
Yes.
A lot of good folks who needed to get in have got
Joe
themselves in.
Cocker's on the next Night Beat, too.
Joe Cocker is on the next Night Beat. And Night Beat will be when?
I don't know. When will it be?
Well, it'll be, the new show will premiere tomorrow night, Tuesday night at 7 p.m. Central Time. And then that show will run a week. And then next week, the next show will start on Tuesday night. And then on Tuesday nights at 10 o'clock Eastern Time, Night Beat airs one time a week on Wreaths Across America Radio. Wreaths
There we
Radio.
go.
There you go.
Nicely
Really
said,
cool
Dave.
stuff.
Michael W. Hale yesterday.
Hey, Turtle, get out of here. You got to go. We got to
97.7.
hit this break here. We love you, sister.
Guys, have a great rest of the show, guys. Be safe out there.
Madison with a T is over in the Degas House. The Degas House is Fastport Studios. We're going to let her rock and roll it here. We'll be back on the other end of this. Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, Andre Thibodeau, and our first guest here from Insight Tech Conference.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
We're back on Nemo Nation with another fast-paced Fastport Studios half hour.
One of the grooviest things about being on Radio Nemo is that we get to meet a lot of friends. We get to make a lot of new friends. We get to say hello to people we haven't met before, and at the same time tell people we love, like the Touchdown and Dat Guy. Good morning. One of the great things about being at conferences is that we're guaranteed, Dave, more often than not, to meet new friends. We got a new one, do we not? Would you care to do the honors and introduce her?
Tawny Mars is joining us right here. She's our first guest from the Trimble Conference here. We're going to learn a lot, I'm sure. In fact, I'm going to kind of decipher some alphabet soup here. Tawny knows about ML, machine learning, so I don't know that much, AI, artificial intelligence, and she focuses on R&D, which I would imagine is research and development. And she works with TMS Solutions for Transportation. TMS, Transportation Management Systems. How did I do on my alphabet soup?
Yeah, you got it. 100%. Hold on one second. Let me just get this nice person on. Try again.
All right. Yeah, you got it. It's 10 out of 10 there.
Well, welcome to the show, and thanks for having us here.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm so excited, and I was, really excited to see that you guys were right here in New Orleans, too.
Yeah, we're right in the same neighborhood practically, so it's good. Is this your first time to the Crescent City?
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really looking for some good food.
Well, I know when you come to these conventions and everything, you hit the ground running, and then you're in the airplane again, so hopefully you'll have a little time to have some fun.
Yeah, we have tonight free, so I'm looking forward to that.
When did you get here?
That's a good question.
Well, then you're very much in New Orleans.
Yeah, I'm about to say you
very
fit
much hit the
bill.
ground running yesterday.
Yesterday. And what time did you get here?
About noon.
So you must have gone out someplace yesterday, or were you too busy setting the whole thing up?
Well, I ate at the airport because I was trying to get my presentation set up, so needed a little bit of quiet time and just had some lunch.
Did you eat at the New Orleans airport?
Yes.
Okay, so that's actually, you got a fighting chance to do something in New Orleans there. You remember where you ate?
It was a restaurant called Mondo there.
Oh, yeah. By the way, that's terrific. That's a pretty good restaurant,
Yeah.
actually. That's actually a local restaurant here. So
Yeah.
all the restaurants that are actually in in the New
They're
Orleans
all
airport.
iconic restaurants.
They're all
here in
iconic
New
restaurants
Orleans.
in the city
Oh.
of New Orleans. So you actually
Nice.
did okay. So they got a chance to set up over there. You got a chance to set up here to do a presentation. What's that presentation on?
I've got a couple. So today I have one on optimizing transportation workflows with, surprise, surprise, AI, large language models. And then tomorrow is a little more casual. It's actually an Ask Me Anything for data scientists. So hoping we get some good industry questions there. Love talking about transportation and data and the intersection between those.
So basically, we get an advanced preview of Ask You Anything right now.
Yes.
Fantastic. I wanted to ask you about AI and how what you're talking about using it for right now is in many ways what a lot of people think the real future of AI is. That it's not helping anybody write the great American novel. It's not going to be used to make people, more presentable in their own language, but it really is terrific for organizing and figuring things out at a lot faster rate than a human being can. That you can just simply enter the data, but you have to actually know it yourself. That's the big argument that people who are in favor of AI are saying. You can't just not know what you're prompting it to do.
Uh-huh.
How am I doing?
Yeah, no, that's spot on. And, that's really kind of getting into specifically the large language model portion of this. I definitely think that there's a role to be played for those. I also tend to lean more towards the generalist point of view whenever it comes to anything to do with machine learning and artificial intelligence. It's not a one tool in the toolbox kind of situation. There's many other tools, and they're not going to the wayside. They're taking a spot, on the sidelines for now, but realistically, large language models, they're not going to be able to cover everything that needs to be done. I mean, there's right now there's too much of a complexity in the industry that can't even really be captured with any sort of machine at this time. So, yeah.
You follow all that, Dave? You got all that?
Almost, possibly, kind of, getting there.
Well, the thing it comes down to, if I'm understanding you correctly, is saying that this is a really great application in terms of a generalist approach. The idea that you can look at a whole bunch of different stuff, but to proclaim it an expert in one particular thing is just not the way this works. And to think that you can rely on it to do the stuff, that you don't have to master a subject in order to be able to, that AI can then deliver you from that. It's the same thing with driving. The idea that all of the bells and whistles on a truck are no substitute for a good driver, and all of the AI in the world in regards to a generalist approach or that long form, it doesn't work if the person actually doesn't understand logistics, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
So I wanted to ask you, in regards to the future of freight, what kind of impact, and we talk to drivers over here, what kind of impact will AI in its current form and then a couple years down the line have directly on the men and women who drive these trucks? From your perspective, and you can speculate and be wrong, we're all going to be wrong 5 minutes from now.
Yeah, thanks for giving me that. Yeah, that's an interesting question because I honestly usually look more at the back office side.
Right.
So, thinking about the driver first. So I think that kind of ties in with something that I'm going to be talking about in my session here, which is that the industry is only going to continue to be more automated over time. And so then that's going to create kind of more of a hyper optimization scenario. And if I'm thinking about the driver's impact to that, I'd like to think that it would help get them more reliable freight and being able to forecast out what they're going to be doing, more than a few days in advance, up to, maybe a week in advance, and be able to have the stability there.
Well, and that sets up, by the way, really nicely independent operators, Dave, by the way. I mean, if you think about that, is that means these guys often who plan a week, the best of the bunch plan 2 weeks ahead, really know what they're doing. You're talking about 4, 5, 6 weeks. You're also talking about less wait time because the AI can then figure out what the best time to arrive at the location to get yourself unloaded. That's it can look at the data, Dave, that you can say, like, here's the, when you see that when you type in directions on a GPS and it tells you what the traffic is like in a particular area? Mm-hmm. Are we talking about something that's as clever as saying you don't want to deliver it right there and then?
I'm an old guy. When I started my radio
in case you didn't notice,
none of what is on this table existed except for the microphones. None of these computers, none of these broadcast gear, it's all new technology. Mm-hmm. Does the same thing, but in a completely different way. Trucking, same thing. From my perspective, and from guys my age who have been in this industry for so long, it seems like overnight somebody flipped a switch, and trucking went from analog to digital, if you will. Broadcasting did that. I was there when that happened. So my question to you is, did it happen overnight? I mean, how did we get to where we are? How did artificial intelligence and machine learning enter into trucking? It seems like it happened like 20 minutes ago.
And then I have a follow-up question for that as well.
And do you hear that a lot from people my age, so to speak?
I've definitely heard, about the skepticism, and I think a lot of what maybe you're referencing is the onset of specifically the large language models that feel like they really have, flipped a switch there, and it's just on and go and investing, and, there's no slowing it down at this point. But in the grand scheme of things, I don't think it's really anything new. So one of the first things that I got familiar with whenever I came into transportation was operations research, which has been around for decades at this point. And so I think it's just kind of the natural evolution of trying to, human nature, to want to make things more efficient over time.
I want to follow it up really quickly by saying, first of all, you answered my question, but I do want to talk about the fact that we're on this floor right now. What are you most looking forward to at this conference?
Well, there's quite a few exciting AI features coming out in the keynote that you should be looking out for. And then one of the things taking a twist on AI, not just a direct AI product or feature, but there's a session on how to harness AI for change management. So it's flipping the script and putting the human or the employee first and helping to understand how to get adoption for employees, because they're getting AI shoved down their throats, and they need to be on board. They need to understand it, and so it's talking about that change management process.
Yeah, and it really is a matter of messaging too. One of these drives me crazy is don't tell people, people aren't controlling the narrative. The most out of control thing in regards to AI, I think right now, is not AI, it's the narrative. And that the inability to control the narrative, you got people spooked beyond belief. My favorite line, of course, is you're not going to lose your job to AI, you're going to lose your job to somebody who knows how to use AI.
Yeah.
Is the much better kind of phraseology here, and I think a much more hopeful one. It's the narrative that has been kind of lost here.
Tony, one of the things you said too, you said two words that really stood out to me. You said it's human nature to do what we're doing here with AI and machine learning and computers and automation and the cloud. It is human nature to want to improve things. That's how we got to where we could do what we're doing now.
Yeah.
Everything has been improving since day one, and now we're moving into a completely different sphere, but on the foundation of what we've already built. So you gave me some more insight there. It's not I think guys who are analog age basically think machine age is the enemy, and they're trying to destroy us and do away with everything we've done. I understand more now from those two words you just said, human nature. Yeah.
Yeah, and if I can say one final.
Oh yeah, you got time.
Yeah, I think too it's kind of like a flywheel is an analogy that I use here, and so a flywheel, whenever you take one turn of the wheel, it actually accelerates the next wheel. So over time, it just kind of continually accelerates and gets momentum as it goes, and I think that's what technology in general is doing for transportation and the world as a whole, to be honest.
Leonardo da Vinci would feel right at home here, wouldn't he?
Dave Nemo, Andre Thibodeau, our good friend Madison with a T, is over at the Fastport Studios at the Edgar Degas House. Dave, would you care to say goodbye to our friend, tell people who we've been talking to?
I don't want to say goodbye. We just met. But, Tony, thank you so much for being with us. Thanks for a lot of insight. And you really opened my eyes to something here in a very low-key way about the future.
Thank you. Again, I really appreciate it. And yeah, the topics were great. I like the questions about the old school days and driver-centric questions. So thank you again.
You got it. And by the way, really quickly, tell people where they can go to find out more about what it is you do.
What it is I do.
No, I mean just on the website. What's your website?
What's my website?
Yeah.
I don't have a website.
No.
Trimble Transportation.
That's what I wanted you to give, by the way. Well, by the way, we achieved what I hope to achieve, that she considers us friends, and we made a new friend today, and that's pretty terrific. Thank you, Tony, so much, by the way.
Thank you.
We're going to take a moment here, take a breath for a second as we get our next guest in here. Guys, you're always welcome to send us a call at 615-292-6366.
Nemo, N-E-M-O.
615-292-NEMO. Hey guys, we're got our next guest all set up and ready to go. Dave, would you care to do the honors and introduce
Abby Griffith is joining us. Abby, good morning and welcome. It's good to meet you here over the table. Abby is the senior product manager at Trimble. What are the products?
So I'm working on our next generation TMS that we are building, and I really got to talk to whoever scheduled the session because I don't really want to follow Tawny. She's quite the force to be reckoned with. So I hope I can keep the conversation going as well as she did. Well, she's amazing.
You can set things up. Have you been in New Orleans before?
I have been in New Orleans once before. Just quick vacation with my husband. Loved it.
How many days were you here?
2, 3. Not too many, but.
Do you remember what you did?
So are you setting me up?
No, I'm not. It's a Vegas question, though. People often get like people are like, well, it's kind of a blur. Do you remember what you did?
Yeah. Oh, yes. I mean, we did. Obviously, we did a little bit of a bar crawl. Did some of the cool cemetery things around town.
Yeah.
And
We have one, and our studio is less than 7 blocks from where all the chefs and the musicians are buried, right by City Park. So yeah, it really is a groovy place, isn't it?
It is. Yes, the personality that this city brings is amazing. So yeah, really excited to be back.
Since you're excited to be back, you're also excited to be here at this conference. What are you looking most forward to?
One, talking about our product, the Next Gen TMS, getting that out, talking to our customers about it, and then just engaging, getting feedback, making sure that we're on the right track for them.
I'm talking to you about your product. I'm a guy who wants to invest in your product. What do you tell me?
I'm telling you that we are focused on that user experience. That's what we're doing. Always leading with that user in mind, removing that swivel chair out of the operations that transportation companies usually see, and just again focusing on the movement of goods. How do we do it better? How do we make it more seamless? You got a next generation of transportation guys coming up. How do we get them into the industry quick, seamless, and get them up and running quickly?
Transportation management system, and I kind of had some fun with Tawny, going through the alphabet soup here.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, we do a little promotional ad with all of the alphabet soup entities now, in the trucking world and the government world. So TMS, Transportation Management System. The guys with horses and buggies had transportation management systems, right?
Yeah.
In other words, so we think of this as something new.
Oh, yeah.
Because now we're in the digital age and everything. But this is something that is as old as the wheel.
Have you ever seen there's a book on the whaling industry in the 18aughts and 1820s, and it's the Silicon Valley of its day. I mean, in regards to new technology, shipping and all this stuff, and how they were figuring out how to get ships into the harbor, because whale oil was lighting people's houses, and all the modern transportation. There's a great book about it too. All the modern transportation system comes from people with big boards and chalk and writing that stuff out. And basically, you guys are making it smaller and smaller and smaller, but it's there. But you said the user experience. And that's the thing, isn't it? As the technology gets up to a place where everybody kind of offers the same technology, one platform or another, it really is about taking that technology and making it more user-friendly and really serving the customer. That's what separates folks, right?
Yes, and it's one. There's so much data out there. There's so many amazing vendors in that supply chain, but it's disjointed, right? You may have one user that's got 5 tabs open in 3 different products, and they're trying to, balance them all and get through their day.
See, Dave and I have no knowledge of what it's like to have 25 tabs open while trying to do a show. Just not our thing.
Just not your. Yeah. I'm not sure I believe that, but you see what, and you're trying to balance that, and you have loads, and you're dealing with external factors, and all of those types of things, and trying to find the right information at the right time. It's a challenge. So that's what we are trying to focus on. What we're trying to bring to that user is what information do they need right now at this point in time to make the right decision for their in their day, in their workflow.
A lot of folks, and I don't want to overstate this, but a lot of folks have said that the takeaway from COVID was, COVID didn't really invent anything or start anything, but it did accelerate everything. So we got caught up in the whole world got caught up in the acceleration. So you are caught up in the acceleration. Is that acceleration self-perpetuating in a sense, whether you want it to or not? In other words, do you need a next level at this point, or do you just have to do it because why?
Well, it's you're getting a lot of the carriers are facing some external factors, right? Your shippers are demanding more, and so that's a lot of the driving force behind a lot of the changes is, what are your shippers requesting? And that's driven from consumers, right? We have a phone. I can get information immediately. And that's where we're at.
Well, the end user, it's going to be the dispatcher or the load manager or the driver, right?
Yes.
Or especially the owner-operator driver. But you mentioned the consumer. We forget the consumer, don't we? That's the real end user. That is the catalyst for everything, isn't it?
Yep.
And where does that guy get his ideas from?
Well, that's where we're on the Amazon where I can order something immediately. I can track it. I know exactly where it is, and it's bubbling up and coming further in the supply
I
chain.
eat oatmeal every day, and I order it from Amazon because it has no sugar and salt. Okay. I actually delayed my shipment yesterday, so I would save 6%.
Yeah.
In other words, so it's come down to that for the consumer wanting to save 6%, wanting to save an hour.
Yeah.
So we're all caught up in the same ball of wax.
So you're looking to
rolling
save
down.
6%. I'm looking to save now. I mean, I want the thing now.
Yeah.
Is there a way that I can literally do it? And it's interesting too because they're figuring out ways to have certain things that are easily delivered closer to everybody. But part of what I always kind of struggle with TMS, and I understand it, but it's like, so who is your optimal customer? And if you don't have an optimal customer, if you have like 5 or 6 of them, what are they looking for? Like when people come to you and say, I need this, what is the thing you hear the most, or what are those series of things that you hear the most?
So what we've kind of kept in mind, and when I say like that user experience. So like I spent 20 years on the carrier side. I was a customer service rep. I was the young kid right out of college booking Kellogg's loads and making sure your oatmeal got to where it was.
Little LTL going on there. Little LTL.
Making sure you have your oatmeal in the morning. And I was that load planner that was making sure the truck got where it needed to go to pick up and deliver on time. So that's when, as we're building it out, that's the user that we have in mind. That's that customer profile. That's who I'm speaking to. We're at a technology conference. I love talking to the VPs of ITs, the CIOs, but I want to get down to the user that's touching that product every day.
Yeah, because I keep thinking about this. Okay, let's just say that I am a trucker and an investor and a small business owner, and I got 4 trucks, and I'm 38 years old. But man, I got some plans. I got some dreams. You know what I'm saying? And I know that if I can get the back end of my life in order, that I can actually grow this real fast and real furious. Are you the guys for me?
That we would be the guys for you.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Because that's who we talk to.
Yeah.
That's who we talk to. We talk to guys who've been working for carriers for a while and are ready to make the move. They've got their little nest egg, they've made plans, or they've got their 2 or 3 trucks, and they lease on to 2 very, very respectable carriers for whom they get a lot of service.
Yeah. And they need that.
They're your guys.
Yes.
Okay,
100%.
fantastic.
We can do that.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
It really is.
I mean, that's really what it kind of comes down to. Because we have some friends in this area of the industry. We have dinner with them, and I got them there. You actually answered it from the get-go. But there's a sense of a lot of people when they're truck drivers go, "What the hell is a TMS?" And
what do I need that for?
Yeah,
I've got a phone and a truck.
Yeah, and you want to say no. We're fixers. I mean, in the most Irish politician sort of urban area way, the word would be fixer. In the deep south, in a rural community, is I got a guy. I mean,
yes.
I
would like to be your guy for sure.
And that's what you guys do, and that's really cool. And so why is this event in regards to the guys and the gals who help? What is it? It's tough. It's smart guys and gals helping tough guys and gals. How does this conference help ultimately our listeners? What's important about this conference that you guys are all going to come back from the mountain and say what's next? What's happening?
So it's the ability to touch our external stakeholders, right? Like I said, I've been on the carrier side for 20 years. I have my own opinions, but like
go on.
What's today? Exactly. I have a lot, but. But I mean, we want to touch base with them, make sure that we're staying up to date with the challenges that they're seeing and that we're solving today's problems, right? I don't want to age myself, but it's been about 20 years since I sat in that CSR seat. We want to touch base with the guys today to say, all right, what are your problems? What are you dealing with? And make sure that we focus on the right things. So that's really it's the people interaction, the customer interaction that
it's funny.
we value.
The people who work the best in y'all's field, in this field, are the people who did exactly what you just said. one person once. I kept getting, and like I said, I know what it is. I'm a smart guy. I can read. So can Dave. But the number of people who would dance around and talk about how great their platform was. And finally, one guy, the best answer I've gotten, this is one of the best answers I've gotten. Guy said, I ask questions until I can figure out what's wrong. And then if I figure out what's wrong and we can help, I do. And
you look for the problem and solve the problem. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what. So that brings up things. There must be some really rewarding moments in your life. Then I mean, there must be some people for whom the light bulb goes off, or the pocketbook improves for them. How does that feel?
It's awesome. I mean, we did a demo of it yesterday with some of our advisory board members, and we talked about the swivel chair and just showing them some of the screens and how we're bringing all of that disconnected data together in the screen where the decision is happening. And it was, oh, okay, like you actually thought about it from a customer service rep standpoint. Well, yes, that was our intent.
What's the interface like? Because the thing is, too, I was talking to a friend of mine about this. Dave and I were actually complaining about this. Is the number of people who love video games and then in their own professional lives fail to give good tutorials. What's it? So I'm the guy. I got my 4 trucks. I'm 39, 38 years old. Beautiful wife. She actually works with me. We're doing this together. What's your onboarding process look like?
Well, I'm going to say the due diligence that we're doing up front makes that onboarding seamless. So we are building out prototypes before we ever start the development process. Before we get those really smart engineers involved, we're creating prototypes. We're calling this guy with his 4 trucks and saying, hey, just take a look at this, navigate through it for us. Make sure that we've got the clicks right, that, we'll give you a high level, can you build an order? If he can build an order seamlessly, we got it right. If he can't, we go back to the drawing board. And so the intent's not to come to you and go, here's our TMS and here's our 90-page instruction manual on how to use it. If I got to come with you.
So he's learning with you, and then in the process, you're using him. I don't mean that in a negative way, to learn what you could do better for him and for the next person that you on board.
100%. Yeah, I mean we're building that TMS for them. It's not my TMS. I'm not using it anymore. It's yours. So we're asking, right? Some engagement up front, a little bit of skin in the game. Give us some feedback, and hopefully they see it reflected in the product.
I know one of the things that Dave and I love talking about is the personalization of things, that that one size does not fit all, and that there's room to kind of, almost like people's trucks, that people who don't want automatic braking systems, they don't need them, they don't care about them, not their bag, but they do want the side sensors. It goes on and on and on. Do you feel like that you guys are uniquely positioned? Do you feel like that's the future, the really personalized TMS, the really personalized system where each one looks incredibly different because each one has different needs?
No, I mean so you hear a lot of guys say we're different. We do things different here, but at the end of the day, you're moving freight from point A to point B. So we're trying to make it a configurable system, but not customized.
Okay.
Right? We want trying to have a consistent user experience. Things that I would never consider, thank goodness we have an entire user experience, interface team that makes sure that filters are in the same spot on every page that you land on, that, it's a very consistent user experience there, but that not trying to make it customizable from that user standpoint.
That's not a bad answer, by the way. I mean, you got a little bit of an apology. No. I mean, no. It's like I said, that's one of the things too, because some things have to be kind of kept simpler. That the idea that the language is consistent. Dave, we got to wrap it up, dude.
That was a very interesting point, though, the non-customization, because
everybody's pushing that.
You can't
these
make up
days.
Your own alphabet.
And it's like that's really it's really important. There's some things that should be customizable and like screens, but the kind of stuff we're talking about here needs to be consistent, right?
Yep. That's what we're aiming for. Yep.
Dave, tell our new friend goodbye and reintroduce him.
Goodbye, new friend.
Thank you very much.
Abby, thank you so much. So delightful talking to you and meeting you. And hopefully we'll get together soon again.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Give us 1 second here. We're going to take a quick break, come back on the other side. Nemo Nation continues here on RadioNemo.com. Dave Nemo, Phone Master Andre Thibodeau, Madison with a T, and we are thrilled to be here at the Ernest N. Morial Convention Center. It's Dutch's house. Trimble's here.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. And now back to Nemo Nation with Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, and of course, Madison with a T.
Oh my God, I'm so glad the microphone was off after what Dre just set off the air. Unbelievable! Disgraceful. Disgraceful. Well, it's the city of New Orleans and we are downtown, so there's a little bit of room to maneuver here. By the way, Dave, where are we right now?
We are at the Ernest M. Moriel.
Not M.
Boy,
It's
you know,
not.
I do
It's
that wrong
Ernest
every time.
Nathan Moriel. It's the
We're at
Dutchman.
Dutch's
the
house,
first
yeah.
African-American mayor of the city of New Orleans. The first elected representative of color who, after Reconstruction, is the first, judge. Come on, man. It's Dutch.
It's a heck of a convention center, too,
You
isn't
just
it?
screwed up Dutch's name. No, it's an amazing convention center, by the way. It really is. And
Really
Dave,
is.
Andre, and I, Dave,
On the Mississippi River.
This crazy man got here at 5:15 this morning, not at the convention center, at our studios. I'm driving up. It's like 20 after, Dre, and I'm like, come around the corner, and there's the white Subaru, and I went, oh yeah, and I get out the car, and I started screaming. I would sound like a crazy person to see if he would he came running out. I was like talking like a homeless person, see if he'd come running out. He did. Oh. He did. Dave Nemo,
I had some
everybody.
Pop-Tarts.
Dave Nemo, everybody. 55 years on the road. We're over here at the Moriel Convention Center because there's a wonderful conference happening, and we have a lot of great guests joining us. Would you care to do the honors of introducing the next one?
Yes, Preet Singh is joining us. He is the Director of Product Management and the Transportation Cloud. And I've always wanted to talk to somebody who lives in the cloud. Good morning.
Good morning. Well,
Yeah.
I'm here. Definitely on Cloud 9 here at the convention
nicely
center.
done.
There you
Nicely
go.
done,
Now,
by the
that
way.
was not rehearsed either. That's
Imagine
fantastic.
working a little Carol Churchill and George Harrison all into one really nice little movement. Well done. Well done. So this is going to sound crazy. We talk to a lot of over-the-road truck drivers. Our principal audience is men and women. I would say if we had a demographic, it would be owner-operators and what I call quality carrier drivers is the best way to kind of say who our sweet spot is, independent operators. Talk to them about why the cloud should be so important. Small business owners, why the cloud is so important to them.
I think the ease of use, right? Being able to access data easily. Right now, if you're getting a TMS, it can be very, very messy, large-scale systems that are difficult to implement. We're looking at putting solutions that are, for that small-scale carrier to be able to onboard themselves, self-service, be able to enable integrations and aspects. So I think that's really important. Transportation historically has been very fragmented. It's disconnected. Data from different systems need to be available in third-party systems. So the cloud is very important to be able to bring that centralized solution where people can access data many times, but it's available in a centralized space for them.
It's one of the best words ever invented for what it is. It really is, because it gives people a sense that it's omnipresent, it's above us. I mean, not really above us, but I mean, we understand the idea. But like I said, a lot of people exist in this space, a lot of men and women who know how to operate these rigs, who know how to do all this stuff. And some of them, the ones who want to make the next step to becoming owner-operators or up their game, often feel very disconnected. That's part of what your company does, right? I mean, you guys actually, it isn't a matter of we'll take care of it. It's we will help you take care of you by giving you the system and then working with you to understand that. Did I get that right?
Yeah, well, I mean, we look at our smartphones, right? We have the accessibility, having the access in our hands. There's different solutions that have been put in our hands. We're connected to the cloud through that. We haven't been able to implement that in transportation. It's, you log in, you go sit on a computer, you do what you need to do. But we have lives outside of being into transportation. So you're not at your computer being able to access the data you need. You have a driver that's stranded and needs help. Being able to access that data off of your smartphone, that's key. That gives them the balance, the lifestyle that they want to be able to do, but still operate a quality company and be able to provide the service that they want to. So I think that's huge.
Dave, I really think it's going to be about pads, don't you? I mean, I don't know if you know this. Dre got his pad stolen out of his car about a week ago or so. But I'm wondering that difference between, do you feel like that these people can actually run it from their phone? I know I'm getting really practical here. There's other what I call more technical stuff to talk about, but there really is a sense that you guys really want these guys to be able to walk into a diner or a truck stop and sit down and run the whole thing.
I think running the whole thing is not the answer. I think running the whole thing will definitely still be a back office solution, but then being able to address critical things that come up as that thing is running, right? Things like my driver is stranded, I need to help them, there was some sort of alert, something is wrong with something. Being able to address those things are something that we want to bring into the hands of our customers, being able to have access to the data, which we haven't been able to do before because the data was disconnected. You had to be physically at that computer, physically logging in. Now with the cloud, all above us, right, that data is available. We just have to be able to build the tools for them to access that data.
I'm going to take a moment here because he's been dying to ask somebody who knows about data a question.
Yes.
Here it comes.
Is it data do or data does?
Oh, that's
in
a good
other words,
one.
is data, I've heard data, I used to say, well, the data tells us, and the data is a thing. But then I've been hearing data as a plural, like the data are, as opposed to the data is.
I think that's where that transition is happening. The data tells us because the data needs to be in one single place, but now the data from the action that's where I think AI is coming to place, because you're going to have all of these agentic AI agents sitting around looking at that data model, and then be able to do things for you, which historically were manual, very, everybody had to get their hands in it. But imagine having your data in one place and then allowing companies like ourselves and other companies out there to build solutions that are AI-based that it just happens. It's automated.
I tend to pull words out of conversations. I'm going to pull a word that you just said that I don't know what it is. Agentic. What is? I don't know that word.
Yeah.
You know it.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Unpack it.
All right. And agentic. Now I'm really going to have to. Agentic is it's AI, artificial intelligence. That is the new wave of technology where things are going, and it's where the data is doing things, where we're writing software where it's agents, almost like this AI bot that will do things for you from a Trimble perspective.
Oh, okay.
So it's taking the word agent and it's transforming it into an adjective.
I'll be doggone.
So that basically the AI has the same qualities of what you would be dealing with in regards to an agent, but it's acknowledging the fact that it's not saying the AI is your agent. It is saying it's agentic.
Does it still get 10%?
No, that's the point. but in a joking way, tell me if I'm wrong here. The idea that it's not your agent, but it is behaving in a way that an agent would behave. It's acknowledging the fact that it's AI, so it says agentic rather than saying your AI agent. It becomes the AI is behaving in an agentic way, if I understood the meaning correctly.
Yeah, so I mean the goal is that it's automating things that you have folks on your teams that are doing manually and then able to do it in a more simplified, faster manner so that
like, oh, I guess I'm out of a job. Not if you do your job well. Not if you actually interact in a human factor. Not if you're actually out there making my case. We've been saying this. You won't lose your job to AI. You will lose your job to somebody who uses AI.
That's absolutely correct, and that's also a methodology that we hear internally, where we're starting to use AI a lot as we build the software and the solutions. And a lot of people are like, "Well, am I going to lose my job?" No, we need folks to do different things. I think the roles and the responsibilities of those people will change.
Well, and the other thing is too is that as AI solves problems, only thing solving a problem does is just force you to deal with the next problem.
Yep.
And that will be the next job. That's the thing, is the fact that it's like, oh yeah, now we can drive a car as opposed to ride a horse. I ain't got to feed the horse anymore. Yeah, but you got to fuel the car. Where do we get the fuel from? Next job opens, and on and on and on. We don't know. Is that the accelerated pace of all of this makes it so uncertain that people you almost can't plan for what's next, because what's next is happening so quickly in front of us,
Very
right?
quickly. Everything is moving very fast at this point.
How do you handle that? I mean, how do you handle the idea that you're basically accelerating to the point where if you slow down, your competition will outpace you, but there's a chance that we're all going so fast we hit the wall? I mean, I'm asking existentially, but there are real-life examples of this. How do you plan for it?
I think we slow down a little bit. We figure out what the actual industry problems are, what the unique customer perspectives are, and then put our tools to solve those problems. I think there's a wealth of knowledge within the Trimble domain for the various solutions that we provide, and stay really in touch with our customers. We can build as fast as we can, but if we keep going on that tangent and not touch back with our customers, that's when you're going to hit the wall. But we are constantly at events like this, engaging with our customers, partnering with our partners. We're not trying to build this all on our own. We realize that we're building AI. We have cloud solutions, but so do many other out there. But it's how we all work together to build a transportation ecosystem that our customers can leverage.
How am I doing on time, phone Master Dre?
You're doing good. 5 minutes.
Okay, fantastic. Good, because this is Dave loves to pull words out. Here's my question I love to ask. Take me, not at the conference, we're having a great time here in New Orleans. Take me through an average day at work for you. What one day at work in Snapshot looks like.
Okay, so a lot of collaboration across different teams. So I'm really responsible for working across the our segment from a transportation. So I also work very closely with Abby. Abby was here just previously. She's built her new Trimble TMS on Trimble Transportation Cloud. So my day is working with different product teams, understanding their problems, because they're touching base with the customer saying, I want to be able to solve X, Y, Z. How do we approach that? I'm responsible for working with the engineering teams to say, okay, this is what this problem looks like. How do we architecture that? Do we have systems already in place that we can leverage? Because there's no point of building a system that's 80% already there. It's probably better just to improve that, to be able to reuse systems and aspects, making sure that our engineering team is focused on those problems, working with partners on calls with them. Like, they have ecosystems, they want their data into our Trimble domains, they want Trimble data to go out to their systems, so making sure that the handshake between various industry leaders, where creating ecosystems and API designs and data models to share that data.
So basically, you have a route. If we're talking in trucking language, you have a route and a number of stops along that route. And every day you run that route, dropping off the information you need and picking up the information you need to deliver to the next place.
Yep.
I mean, that's essentially what you do. You're taking a 30,000-foot view and then moving back in to get to the specifics before moving back out, moving on to the next thing. I wanted to make sure I got that clear, by the way. Dave and I have been talking about the data is, data are. And that, to me, feels like the idea of how, when you onboard a new customer, even when you're working with larger customers, do you explain this to them without it turning into a fire? I know the system itself is built to actually control the flow of information, but how do you onboard people and not have this turn into a fire hose?
It depends on the customer. They obviously want to be able to have things come in, quickly. They want to be able to leverage the data. How do I take advantage of those solutions? So I think we have to set their expectations. They obviously want it all immediately. How do I get it? You have those customers, and then you have other customers who are like, well, I don't want to completely rip and replace my ecosystem. I'm very happy with certain aspects, but how do I start leveraging some of this newer technology that you're building out? We level set, we make sure we set clear expectations and work very closely with them as we put the solution out to them.
Thank you for understanding my question, by the way. That's what it is. I mean, how do there's some people who want to give it to me now, and you're like, okay, wait. And there are other people who are like, don't break what I've spent a lifetime building. And there is a fear of that. That can happen. I mean, that it's like if you don't, this is why you need a partner that does this and don't just do this on your own.
Yeah.
Because you can break everything.
And we do have those scenarios as well, right? And one of the reasons that we're moving to the cloud is so that we can help support and scale their systems, because historically with our on-prem solutions, customers have gone into their own databases and ecosystems and manipulated stuff, and it's broken it for them. And then they come back to us and say, well,
we're out of time, Dave.
Okay.
We're out of time.
Next time you come on the show, I'm going to ask you a question.
All right. I look forward to it.
It's nice to meet you, by the way. Tell them the website for Trimble again.
Absolutely. It's trimble.com.
See? Really simple.
Very
easy.
simple.
Really simple.
Trimble.
With a view from the clouds, but her feet on the ground. We really enjoyed meeting you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We're going to take a really quick breather here for a second. Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, Phone Master Dre over here in the Ernest N. Morial Convention Center in the city of New Orleans. Hope you guys are enjoying yourself. I love this place, Dave. It really was nice to meet you. We're just saying our goodbyes. Good to see you. We're going to, Dave, no, you're not getting up. We're not done yet, Dave. We're not done. You got to put those headsets back on, brother. This isn't the 20-minute break here. We're taking a quick break here. Madison, I turn it over to you, and we'll be right back after this.
Hi, Bill.
Hello.
I'm Dave. What? Oh.
There we go. So we'll, Madison, just for fun, would you play that again one more time for me? Just one more time. Dave Nemo, would you care to introduce our next guest, by the way?
Bill Kane is with us. Bill is the Director of Product Management at Trimble. Bill, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, folks. How are you guys?
Doing great. Great to be here. Really meeting some wonderful people, too. And
Awesome.
You look like one of them.
Yeah, excited to be here.
Yeah. Is this your first time to New Orleans?
Actually, no. I actually came here in 2002. I implemented one of our customers back in the day, Schneider National Bulk. One of their divisions was out of the Baton Rouge area, so throughout that week we made a couple of visits downtown to check out the scenery.
Yeah, fantastic.
What'd you get a chance to see?
We just walked down to Bourbon Street.
You checked out the downtown area?
Yeah, the downtown area. They kind of just brought me down, and since I was here, it was my first trip. Honestly, it was my first implementation that I led on my own, where I came to a customer all by myself. So it was like I was just fresh out of college. It was like about a year into my role at TMW Trimble, and had the opportunity to be part of one of the divisions that rolled out TMW Suite at the time.
Can you, okay, and I've been asking this question to a lot of people. I know what you do for a living, so it isn't like me, like having no clue. But a lot of our listeners are over-the-road truck drivers. They're really smart men and women. Many of them own their own small business, or they've been working for a carrier, respectable carrier, quality carrier, 10, 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
Really, really smart actors. If I was asking you at a cocktail party, tell me what you do, and just give me the two-sentence version of it. How do you do that?
I would say my goal and role is to help facilitate efficiencies in the industry, whether that be internal in the office or helping drivers get their loads as quickly as possible with the minimal amount of disruption to their day, so that they have the opportunity to get their freight and keep that truck moving. So whether they're a company driver or their owner-operator, where they're trying to figure that out, and then optimize their day. Really get their trips to them on time, get their fuel solutions, where their next pickup is, and try to help them know where they can take a break along that route.
I've often heard it to the TMS sometimes is I guess the computer equivalent of a chief of staff.
Yeah.
Is that a fair assessment?
I think so, yeah. It really tries to organize and keep everybody moving in unison. So I think that's probably the biggest challenge, is making sure that everything is the way you hoped it in the morning, and continue to make throughout the day, to make those small iterations of changes, to whether it's a trip that's going to be late, or calling a customer for an appointment, or that driver unfortunately may have a breakdown, and keeping that driver, as connected as possible while they're on the road.
How do you onboard folks? And this is really important here too. Like I said, the person works for a long-term carrier, loves their job. It's a pretty easy process. Person who is already an owner-operator, has a successful business but wants to take the next step, there's a lot of work there to do with them, but it's a pretty easy process. It's the transitional people. Somebody actually's worked for a carrier 10 years, loves it, but their wife and them are ready to make the move. The husband and them are ready to make the move. Got a nice little nest egg. They're ready to go, but the one thing, as everybody knows, people go out of business at first for two reasons. One, they're undercapitalized. It happens. They can't make the market work for them. It happens. The other reason is they get too much. They get overwhelmed by the demand that they've found, and this kind of system is what prevents that from happening. So how do you bring them in? How do you help a person become their own business, become their own back end, or actually make their routes more efficient so they can pick up the pace and the money that they're making?
I think that's when you onboard maybe an owner operator, you sit down and you talk to them. What are your driver preferences? What do you want to get out of, working with me or using our product? So I would say understanding what their goals are, how many days a week they want to drive, what areas they want to go to, what kind of loads do they want to haul, what are their preferences. And then from there, when you build the system around them, when you have loads, you can tailor it to their needs and what they're looking for and what they want to adopt. So if they don't want to go to the West Coast, you can set up requirements, say, hey, Bill doesn't want to go to the West Coast, so let's make sure when we have loads, we focused on the area that they want to be in. They want to be home every weekend. Okay, you set up those driver preferences, those lanes, and then you get the miles that they're looking for. Like maybe they're looking for a certain amount of miles per week. If they're a husband and wife, they're a team, so they can get more freight because they can drive more hours per day. So I think it's really sitting down, listening to them, and hearing their preferences, and then building the freight and their technology around them.
Yeah, and Dave, that's the thing too. When we prep these shows in the morning, it's interesting how we prep these shows, because on Monday it isn't so much about us having an opinion. The way we do the shows is we pretty much have to know what you do, and we have to understand that what you do is how it kind of works for our listeners in the supply chain, and then we kind of figure out your socials. After that, it's a matter of kind of prepping you up to kind of answer these questions as well. When you start looking at what the ideal customer is, and I've always said this too, there is no ideal customer, it's a series of them. What do you look for? What are you looking for? When is there a moment, and I haven't asked this question of anybody, where you're like, can't help you? Is there any person who works in the supply chain field where the answer might be we can help everybody, but is there somebody where you say, you know what, maybe you should take a breath before actually jumping in and taking on what we do?
It's a great question. I have a very open mindset. So to me, everything's an opportunity to sit down and understand your business. And
at some point, they will answer a question that will suggest they actually
that will help me understand where maybe the deviation in what you do, what you're looking for out of a software package, or what you're trying to serve, what market you're trying to serve. So in my opinion, it's like, let's sit down and talk first before I say I couldn't help you, because I don't have a can't help mindset. There's a solution for everybody, and if you're willing to be open, and
we're going to exhaust the questions.
We're going to keep the age old of the 5 whys. Like, if you just keep asking why, you'll eventually get to where you want to go in life, and eventually it'll come to the conclusion like, yes, we can partner up. There's an opportunity here for us, or you know what, maybe we just don't have it for you now. Let me take it back to the teams and the engineering team and challenge them and see what they come up with. And maybe a year from now, we have a solution that may be tailored to your business.
Okay, I accept that. And that
I will say I did find one industry that I found was interesting, that was a challenging aspect in my tenure.
Can you say it? Are you able to say it? Can you talk in the ballpark? Because I like to hear what the challenge was. Because I actually do think that this stuff works for the smallest and works for the biggest.
It does. Car hauling franchisees.
Okay.
It's a challenging market.
It's a challenging market. It's an absolutely challenging market. Okay. So we come to conferences like this, and Dave and I always ask this question together. What is the purpose of a conference like this? Why come to it? Why should people come to this, and what is there to take away from it?
First and foremost, it's network with the customers. Like, we're all here because of a customer. They have problems, and we're here to provide solutions and collaborate with them. That's why I come. In product management, like, this is an opportunity where I have literally complete access to my customer base, and they get to see the things we're working on, and then they can validate that for us in a 2.5-day conference, which if I had to go visit each one of them individually, it would take forever.
It's also gutsy, too, because you're putting people who work with you in the same room, and they get to compare notes as well, too.
They get to compare notes. I did a session yesterday on AI, BI, and CI. We had about 85 people in there. It was amazing. They were taking pictures. They were highly interactive, asking questions. They really liked the flow from how we set up the deck and walked them through. So it's getting feedback directly from the customers, all kind of customers, and they're all willing to talk to you, and then understand their pain points. And then from the product management perspective, going back and challenging the team and say, okay, here's the top things I heard at the conference over the 3 days. Do we have a solution today? If we don't, how can we try to figure out a way to solve that problem? And is there a way to solve that problem holistically for the industry?
Is there anything in particular about this conference that you are looking forward to listening to or being a part of? I mean, look, a chance to meet with your customers, of course. Are there any presentations or new things that you guys have cooking? And when I say be a part of, I don't just mean like you want to learn, but you want to see what people think of something that you guys are putting out there.
Yeah, there's two things. The Trimble TMS that we've been highly focused on the last year or so.
You think?
Yeah. And then a product that I personally have got the opportunity to build is Trimble Fleet Hub. It's our new mobile comm solution for the industry, working with all of the ELD providers. We had an old product called TotalMail, and it just wasn't hitting the market. So this new technology that we built is all cloud-based. It has some AI technology with smart workflow, and really giving that opportunity for the customers to see what we built. And we've gotten really awesome feedback so far, really engaged customers, and excited to go to the next step, which is to figure out how they can deploy it in their business.
How will you know if, in fact, it's going the way you want it to go? What are you looking for, a specific reaction?
An uptick of meetings directly with me to go over deeper demos, which has
That's
been
a big deal. That's a big deal. People don't realize that. Often you don't get what a lot of people don't understand, people who work not just in sales but in development, the people who actually understand that know that it isn't an immediate result, it's an immediate interest that then leads to long-term conversations. It's not about immediate gratification, neither the system nor the process by which you onboard it. It's a gradual, it's an onboarding process.
It is an onboarding process. The good thing is we've made the onboarding process much easier for this new technology, so we can take customers that would take weeks, months, down to days due to AI. Take their forms, we can pass them through agents and really come out with better solutions faster so they can onboard their drivers. And again, it goes back to that driver. The whole reason why we're here is because of our drivers, right? They're the ecosystem that makes this whole thing go. So my brother...
That's a big thing, isn't it? We'll tell you about your brother first. That sounds like a wonderful thing.
Yeah, so my brother drove truck for many trucking companies. Right. And, Christmas and Thanksgiving dinner and Easter dinner, he was always like, I got to fill out all these forms and this ELD stuff, and I got to go from paper to electronics. And I'm like, it's just the world, the way it works. And as the world continues to get smarter and smarter and the technology becomes more adaptive to them, makes their life easier. Like the driver can show up, they get into their Trimble places, they pass that geofence, it automatically arrives, and they have minimal amount of things. Let them focus what they're good on, which is driving safely and getting that freight moved from A to B, and and having a living. And that's basically what he was most excited about. And we would have long, deep conversations on like how dispatch should dispatch me, and I want more miles or something. But at the end of the day, it's all about the driver. Like if we can make their life easier, they'll be happier, they'll stay with companies longer, and it makes customer service on both sides of the spectrum a really awesome experience.
That's the pitch. Well done. Dave, would you care to say goodbye to our guest and remind people who he is?
I got to tell you, I really learned a lot with all of you folks here this morning. And Bill Kane is with us. Bill, hopefully you'll come back on the show sometime and,
absolutely,
and talk with us some more. He is the Director of Product Management at Trimble. And looking forward to what time do things crank up in the big hall?
Here in a few minutes. The keynote speaks here in the next 15 minutes. So looking forward to our CEO, Rob Painter, and Michael Kornheiser kicking us off and officially opening the event.
I saw his speech from last year, the video.
Yes,
yeah.
I'm excited because one of our
Vegas.
Customers are being on Fleet Hub or talking about it and their experience with the new product. So it's going to be part of Rob's keynote.
It's always good to make a new friend. Thank you for making the time to get over here.
It's a pleasure.
We take a quick break, come back on the other side. It is Nemo Nation here on RadioNemo.com. Madison, with a T, is taking us on home. Always thankful for her for being over there at the Fastport Studios. Thank you, Dre. We'll talk after this break.
Seventeen Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
Hey guys, our good friend Janet actually stopped by the booth to tell us hi. Actually, one of Dave and Cheryl's oldest friends, and really great to see her on. Phone Master Dre joins me this morning. Dave's going to sit this next segment out, shaking some hands, beating some folks.
Kissing babies.
Mixing and mingling over here at the Ernest N. Morial Convention Center. Our good friend Michael Freeze is joining us. Don't need to tell you about all of his work over at Transport Topics. He's the man with the plan. There are so many things. The features editor, so many other things too. A crackerjack writer. He has worked in all aspects of trade publication. He's a naval veteran, and he's a righteous man in a righteous land. And by the way, he is able to be incredibly relieved for two reasons. The Steelers won, and it turns out that Rodgers' injury is nowhere near as bad as was initially feared. It's a little crack on the wrist and not even the throwing one. Hey, Michael, good morning and congratulations. Looks like you guys are now firmly in control of your own destiny in the AFC North. Good morning, brother.
Good morning, buddy.
Yeah, we're in control for just a week, But Jimmy, Dave, thank you for having me on once again. How's it going out there?
Well, we are over here in the city of New Orleans, as you know, but it's not our normal broadcast point, my friend. We are actually at the Ernest N. Morial Convention Center for what is shaping up to be a pretty darn terrific conference. Where are we talking to you from?
You are talking to me from my home base here near in D.C., but I definitely wanted to tell you about the stuff that's been keeping me busy this last week. Fortunately, I get to travel, a little bit being the features editor of Transport Topics, but, this past week I had the opportunity to go back to my hometown of Canton, Ohio for the Hendrickson Media Day event. So it was great going there and just, taking care of business and taking care of mama as well. So it's been a great week.
So talk to me a little bit about what the story was at the media event. I mean, because like I said, the media event is about somebody's telling a story and about, as Dave and I have talked about this. We read a press release and we go, okay, thanks. That's your story. Now let's get the real story. So what was the story they were pitching over there when you actually had to make the trip over there?
Oh, not a problem at all. The title of the event was Beyond Suspensions, and what they wanted to do was just, highlight some of the new technologies that they had out there. For example, the ZMD, new ride technology when it comes to their series of suspensions, and also the Tire Max, the TPMS, for tire inflation. I got to speak to Matt Wilson. He's the vice president and general manager of Hendrickson Vehicle Technology Group. So I got a chance to pick his brain a little bit about where the company is going and everything, and definitely it was a great conversation. We really honed into the implementation of vehicle technology and smart trailer technology, which has been a focus of data-driven solutions and autonomous technologies. So basically, they're building suspensions for the heavy duty section, but they're really looking on to what's it going to be like when the autonomous grabs hold of the industry and where it will be positioned at. So I mean it's a big question mark, but we did sit down to talk about that, and he was also part of a panel that they had on as well to talk about that exact thing. So it was a lot to take in, and it's definitely something that's going to be on the pages of Transport Topics later this week. But it was a great time being in Canton.
Really quickly, Michael, and I know the answer to this question, but I had this thought the other day that there are so many things that are flooding the zone, so much new technology and so much new terminology, and I've been thinking about this, that there are people that I know are in meetings and in conversations, particularly a lot of our trucking friends who, try to keep up with everything, but like on the most basic level, and I'm going to ask a definition, but I'm also going to want to open it up to a larger conversation. What's a smart trailer? Define that for me. When we say smart trailer, what does that mean?
Okay, for instance, say if you wanted to keep track of your loads in a particular trailer, or where a particular trailer has come from, during a route, and what has transpired between that point A and point B. There's technology that can send that information to a dispatch in real time. So if someone is at halfway across the country and they needed to know if a load was dropped off, or they needed to know if a load was dropped off and more was added into another delivery destination, that information can be had, and it also can be had. It's just the weight, and also the maintenance and the caregiving of it, for the lack of a better term, while it's out on the road. There's technology to monitor that, and to also the AI, which the AI comes in, where it will offer suggestions to what needs to be done for a certain item or a certain condition of a trailer. If immediate action needed to be taken. So, the smart trailer basically just is the eyes and the ears remotely for a dispatch to know the condition of a trailer.
I asked that not because I didn't know the definition, and by the way, that was a pretty darn terrific definition. I asked that because it sets up my larger question, Michael. Right at the heart of it is, do you feel like that we are doing proper diligence? I mean, that's part of our jobs, your job, my job. Do you feel like that we are able to keep up with all of the new terminology that's coming to people? And do you feel like that people are using us to keep up? Am I making sense here? I've been thinking about this for the last couple of weeks.
I think, Jimmy, it goes down to the paralysis by analysis. We need the data. We can have all the data, but we only need some of the data. And I think the answer to your question is 50% yes and no, because some fleets might have issues with tire wear, and it's maybe just a habitual issue concerning tire wear where it comes to TPMS or just driver handling. So you have those, and there's other fleets that they have trailer issues. They have problems monitoring the data that's involved in the freight that they're carrying. So it's definitely a technology that needs to be suited to the needs of a particular fleet. For some fleets, for instance, Anderson Trucking was at this particular panel. They had issues with tire inflation and trailer. So they had worked with Hendrickson to create a perfect solution. And within that solution, I had asked Matt, just where when it comes to that solution, the management wants something, and then you have the drivers and the techs that demand something too within that whole supply chain. So it's important to have you might have the greatest solution, but for suppliers, it's important to have that. The solution that's the right solution that works for the guys in the bay and the overall picture for the guys in the executive suite. So it's a complicated puzzle, but it's one that can be solved.
Michael, we are out of time, but I wanted to have a really funny moment here because Dave wanted to say good morning. Say good morning, Dave.
Hey, good morning, Dave. Hey, Michael.
But we are. By the way, it's taken a long time, but that joke finally paid off. It finally paid off in grand style. Michael, we got to go. We're gonna get you on for a longer segment soon because there's a lot of stuff to dig into. But I so appreciate, dude. That was exactly the answer that I was looking for. Whether you agreed or disagreed, it didn't matter. You totally got what I was getting at. Well done, well said. It's why we bring you on, my friend. What is coming up? What should we be looking for from you, and what are you looking for next? You got about 20 seconds here.
Oh, no problem. For Transport Topics Deep Dive, we're going to be talking about the use of AI in the trucking industry. So be on the lookout for that. That should be in the December issue. And then we have some nice surprises and some nice features to give to our audience in 2026. So be on the lookout for that.
Thank you, Michael Freeze. As always, man, he is the editor who is in charge of a lot more than just editing. Thank you, Michael.
No problem, guys. Have fun out in New Orleans.
Thank you, sir, very much. I'm going to take a step back to go mix and mingle here for a second. We're going to turn this over with a bit of a brief musical interlude to Dave and a friend, a longtime friend who is incredibly young at heart, both Dave and our next guest. Dave will do the honors. Madison, break us away.
And here we are in the New Orleans Convention Center at Hall J for the Trimble Conference. And the name of the conference is called Where Technology Meets the Road. And it's very interesting. It's all about trucking, and there's not a truck in sight. It's so crazy. Elizabeth Barna is about to join us. She is the founder and principal, of course, of EAB Strategies. Longtime friend personally and friend of the show. And, of course, Elizabeth, good morning.
Good morning, Dave. How are you?
Doing great. It's kind of funny. This is not the first trucking show that we've been to in the last couple of years that had no trucks. Because,
that's so funny.
It's kind of strange because back in the day, even Matt's, Mid-American Trucking Show, it would always be, well, what does the new truck look like? All of the new models are out there. The models are there. Peterbilt used to have the girls in the evening dresses playing the grand pianos.
That's right.
Remember all of that stuff? And everybody wanted to see the new trucks. And the truck today looks like the truck from yesterday until you take the dashboard off and look at all of the computers in there. That's where all of the new stuff is. So this is a trucking show with no trucks, but it's all about trucks. It's sort of a strange new world we're kind of entering into, I think, in a sense,
Well, it's also all of the technology, over the years has gotten smaller. So you can add more to that dashboard. I mean, I think you remember when the first cell phone came out, it was like a big brick.
Oh, yeah.
And now look at the size of cell phones.
Bag phones, brick phones, yeah, you name it, for sure.
Right.
For sure. I remember
and
when...
the drivers didn't like technology.
True. The more primitive a truck could be, the better it was, but only until after the streamlined modern trucks were there, because when the trucks were actually primitive in the primitive days, man, that was a rough road to hoe. That was rough. I mean, when you had to sit out, if there was a hood, if it wasn't a cab over and you had a hood, in the wintertime, a lot of drivers would have to go and lay down on the hood to stay warm for a little while in the winter because there was no amenities for the driver in the trucks at all, even up until the late 1950s. In fact, that's how TMC got born at the RCCC conference, where the Technology and Maintenance Council was just a little side panel, and then they basically said, wait a minute, we got to do something about these drivers. So all day here at Trimble, we've been talking about driver this and driver that, but it's all done from the perspective of the cloud and transportation management systems and artificial intelligence and machine learning. But, most of the people we've talked to here today are so driver-centric, but they're surrounded with all of this technology. It's really refreshing to kind of see that the humanity, and in fact the human element, and we were talking about that earlier, the human element in trucking is far from disappearing, although on the surface it looks like it's gone, doesn't it?
It does. But I've always said you've got to have a driver in the cab, but they do so much more than drive. They know how to work that technology. They know how to report maintenance. They know how to sell their product, sell their services. So there's a huge human element to everything.
I know. What is, this is Monday morning, and what does your week look like? What are some of the things that EB is going to be looking at here this week?
Well, EAB has day 11 with a new knee. Had full knee replacement surgery, and so it's a week full of PT, but also a lot of Race Across America work. The escort to Arlington departs December 7th. You were on that with me last year, Dave.
Yeah.
So trying to get a lot of the states and the national associations to wrap up all of their Reef sponsorship sales, which has, you've really seen it tick up now that November has hit. So we'll be working on that a lot and doing some other work. One of my clients has a telematics platform, and so I have been introducing them to a lot of folks and I went to MC&E with them and had some really, really good conversations.
Was
so
there
just a lot of follow-up that way?
Mm-hmm. I wanted to ask, you mentioned MC&E, and I wanted to ask you a question that I used to ask all the time when folks would go to a big trucking conference or meeting, convention. Was there a general mood, a general ambiance there in terms of a general mindset among the folks who were there? You know what I mean? A general overall mood. Did you pick up on anything in particular this year?
I mean, I think people are really worried about the economy and when it is going to come back for trucking. A lot of economists and Bob as well, second quarter 2026, you see some companies seeing the uptick, others staying flat, and then others, of course, shutting their doors. But there's also an excitement to see what is out there in terms of technology, in terms of new, what was on the show floor, which was a great show floor. But to see what's out there new so that when the economy does turn around, people are ready to make those decisions and those upgrades to their fleet or to their company. So there was a lot of that. I think also just a lot of uncertainty with, tariffs and, everything that the administration is doing.
The administration, for good or bad, we don't take any political stand here, never have in over 50 years, but this administration, in terms of trucking itself, seems to be bent on doing stuff a little faster than the 5-year sagas of getting rules changed. We do a year-long study, and then we study the study for a year, then we put out the notice of proposed rulemaking, then we let that ride. And 3 years, we forgot what the rule was supposed. Anyway, where are we on stuff like that?
Yeah, I do think that they're moving quickly, and I think Secretary Duffy is doing a great job in highlighting some of the issues and working with the trucking industry. I think that has been, really a breath of fresh air, that he's accessible, but also, they're out there talking about it just as much as they are with the airlines. So I think there's a lot of good work being done, and if it's not getting done, they're listening at least to both sides, which I think is really important.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, we love listening to your side, and you know that. So always a treat to get to visit with you at a long distance, but certainly hope to see you again soon, someplace. Well, again, maybe in Washington. Yeah, we'll be there for wreaths.
That would be great.
Yeah.
No,
Are you heading up?
I won't be going to the cemetery. Just it's a lot of walking that day, but I may be volunteering at the door or something. Right.
Yeah, gotcha. Elizabeth
I'm not
Barnett.
going to the escort, but I will be at one of the stops on Tuesday. The Massachusetts Trucking Association is hosting a stop at Polar Park, which is the Red Sox field team. And so I've been helping them with that, so I'm going to fly up for that event.
Fantastic. Well, we'll talk to you before then.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, you guys have a great week, and everybody out there be safe.
You too, Elizabeth. Elizabeth Barna, everybody. EAB Strategies.
Amen. And I think that's about time to be able to transition into Mike Rove, don't you think?
I think it's about time to talk to Mike.
Hit it, Madison.
Mike Roth is joining us. He is the ED of NACFE, the North American Council for Freight Efficiency, Executive Director, and the research continues. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I'm glad to start my week with you guys. Hopefully things are good.
Well, that's a nice thing to say, and we feel exactly the same way. Where are you? We're in the convention center in New Orleans at the big Trimble Technology Conference, where technology meets the road here in New Orleans. Where are you this morning?
So I'm in Gulf State Park around Gulf Shores, Alabama, right on the coast, and enjoying some gorgeous weather before I head home to Indiana for the holidays, guys.
Yeah, I think you were there last week, weren't you?
I have been. I've been here a few weeks after a incredibly busy year where I literally was somewhere in this country every week. I'm settling down a little bit here in November and December, and that's kind of the way the NACFE team is. We're hunkered down with 2 million lines of data from the run and trying to figure out all the interesting nuances that data is telling us about all these messy middle technologies.
Let me ask you something that I've never asked, and maybe our listeners would be interested to know. NACFE, the North American Council for Freight Efficiency, I don't mean individually, of course, but who are the folks who would be on the council, and how many folks are with NACFE?
Yeah, that's interesting. So that's a great question, and it's not an easy one to answer. We
well, I know
that's
yeah. I know that's and the reason I've never asked you before, but I thought we'd take just a moment to kind of walk through this so folks get a better sense of who you guys are.
Yeah, I'm happy to. So it takes a village. It takes lots of people and cooperation to make anything happen, particularly when you're looking at saving money, hauling freight, and we look at it from saving fuel and being more efficient and so forth. So our audience, I would say, because we everything we do is publicly available, everything's free of charge. We do that because we have support from the industry. Corporations provide donorship and money and so forth. So, to answer that question, we've got a list of people that we work closely with throughout, and be the truck manufacturers, suppliers, other associations, and so forth. Our the closest thing we have to membership is a newsletter list. So we have over 10,000 email addresses at multiple companies and organizations, and these are very eclectic, guys. I mean, we have Wall Street analysts that look at the trucking financials, who are I suppose customers or fans, members of NACFE through that newsletter membership, as well as everything from anything you can imagine, regulators, media, and on and on and on. So we view our main audience, the fleets, the carriers that are making the decisions on what trucks to buy, how to train drivers, and how to operate their trucks, because that's the biggest sort of impact. But then after that, it's like when I'm in the South, I call it all y'all. So there's everybody else everybody else that's out there helping the fleets do it, and that's a very, very broad audience. So I think our 10,000 is just scratching the surface, and we want to grow that, and we believe we are through the outreach we have with the work we've done.
It's interesting too, because it's sort of weird. I remember through most of my radio career, it's been the supply chain has been a 3-link chain. You had your shipper, your carrier, your receiver, and that was the supply chain. And then our eyes were all opened in terms of how we fit into the universal supply chain. But it's so interesting that we preach to the choir so much, and we keep information proprietary in the industry quite a bit, not by choice really, but because nobody else seems to be interested. But what you just said here says to me that at long last there are other folks who aren't tied at the waist to trucking, but still understand the importance, are seeing what some of these technologies, some of the new fuels, you know what I mean, some of the things that you guys are exploring, like the messy middle 18-day run, they basically are taking an interest, so you don't have to re-explain everything every day to everybody all the time. That's got to get old, right?
Well, that's right. And I think, any group, let's just call it any group that gets the thing done and, doesn't upset the apple cart, doesn't bother lots of other people, just gets stuff done. So trucking, I've said many times, we're a very organized machine of getting all the goods that the consumers need and want to them. And when that's going well and we don't have issues that are preventing that, whether it's simple things like the weather, but also down trucks or different kinds of things that have caused us to struggle. When it all is working, we don't want the notice and the notoriety and the attention. We don't need it. Just keep doing what we're doing. Keep on trucking, as they've said for 70 years. But things are hard. Things are tough. Challenges exist, whether it's high fuel prices, whether it's driver attraction, whether it's, recessions and good times and bad times around freight. Those are times where, everybody needs to come together at an even higher level, and that's where things get kind of tough and rough. So this modesty that I think is a real benefit of the trucking industry at times can be a problem for us. And, maybe we're seeing that a little bit with the messy middle. We now have to have relationships with a broader audience. Who'd have thought we would be dealing with hydrogen as a truck fuel, or working with utilities on electricity at the level we're talking about to get 6-8 megawatts of power at a trucking depot. These are new challenges or opportunities. I mean, call it whatever you want, whether you may be half glass, half full, or half empty. But that's the way I feel. And I think the trucking industry can definitely get it done no matter how broad and big we are.
It's interesting. I made this statement a couple of times here this morning. We're at the Trimble conference here where technology meets the road. There are no trucks in the exhibit hall. It's a trucking show with no trucks. And that is becoming less and less unusual because all of the stuff that's new is too small to see, really. You hold it in the palm of your hand and it changes the entire dynamic of that vehicle, a little computer. But we basically, you're basically talking to a guy who lost the train of thought of what he was about to say. But what I'm getting at is,
there's just the software that exists in these trucks and the number of computers, not only just on the truck, but at the dealership, at the fleets, at the telematics providers, at the people that support the analyses with that data. I mean, it's incredible. And yeah, you're exactly right. You can't see that. I mean, when we started, you could see brakes, you could see transmissions, you could see shifter, clutch pedals and all that. And it was all a much more physical kind of world. And so that brings up lots of challenges. I mean, I feel pretty stupid when I go to events like you guys are sitting at right now.
I had to ask some grammar. I had to ask about grammar and words and vocabulary. Yeah, for sure.
I get it.
But I just got a hand signal that I fully understand. It was from Andre saying our time is up. Mike, always a pleasure. Enjoy the Gulf Coast as much as you can and have a safe trip back home.
Yeah, you guys would be proud of me. I made a jambalaya last night.
So, wow. Okay.
Oh, now I need it.
Yeah. Talking our language.
That's a good one, guys.
Mike Roth, everybody, Executive Director of NACFE, the North American Council for Freight Efficiency. Dave Elniski is going to be joining us here pretty quick.
100%. You having fun, Dave?
I'm having a blast. Yeah. We're here at the Convention Center in New Orleans for the Trimble Conference. Technology meets the road.
And Jimmy will be back soon. He's looking for some coffee.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
And we are live and direct, streaming live on all of the platforms that you can find, and more coming every day.
Ooh, all day, every day. Is there another not a podcast, but is there another platform you would like to be on?
I don't even know all of the ones we're on.
Guess what?
Yeah.
That's the good That's the question. That's the comment, because we're almost on all of them.
I know, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Well,
hard to escape.
I'm excited for this conversation, Dave.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the conversation we're about to have.
Exactly.
With Dave Elniski. Dave is a safety and risk professional and researcher who works for the AMTA, and you all know what that is, especially if you're north of our border, the Alberta Motor Transport Association. Dave is the advisor in safety and compliance. Hey, Dave, good morning and welcome.
Hello. Are you able to hear me all right?
I can hear you just fine, Dave.
You're sounding great, brother.
Beauty.
So where
I appreciate it.
Are you at home now up in Canada, or are you out and about?
I am. I'm out of the home office. Yeah. Where I guess this is home. Yeah. I don't step off the property too much these days now since I've been working remote.
Well, it's so funny. I had the same experience about 10 or 12 years ago now. I moved back here to New Orleans from Nashville and had a home studio. And now I'm in another home, but we're in Edgar Degas' home, and he lived in New Orleans. He was a painter. He painted here for a couple of years in the 1870s. So we're going from my home to a historic home, but we're in the convention center right now. We are at the Trimble Technology Conference, where technology meets the road. So we're talking about some of the latest cloud-based solutions for TMS and AI and ML and all of that stuff here this morning. And we're really excited about what you are doing now and the work that you've done writing this book. You wrote a book, and I'm talking about a book, guys. The book is 452 pages. That qualifies, Dave. Man, that is something else. It's called ProTech and Proactive. And rather than me try to stumble through what it's about, I'm going to ask you to maybe kind of give us, just give us the gist of the book and why did you write it. But before you tell us any of that, I wanted to ask you, when you started this book, did you have any idea it was going to be over 450 pages long?
Well, before we get to, the margins are real wide on those pages. So, I mean,
for notes.
Big font, and, it's all, no, it's all good, eh? No, I didn't at all, actually, and that was basically where it started. Was we just had a lot of questions about safety technology, and all over the place, and I mean, you're at a convention force technology right now, which I didn't know, so now I'm actually really going to have to give good answers because this is probably not a place where I'm going to be able just to fake my way through. So, but
no, you're in the land. This is radio. You're in smoke and mirror country now.
Oh, that's good. No, we really didn't know. I mean, it was just a matter of we knew. So we're a safety association. AMTA is a safety association, also advocacy, lobbying as well. So I mean, do a lot of different things similar to American associations as well. And myself, I'm a risk and safety management professional, and we just had questions, mostly safety management technology. We have companies come and say, "Hey, what about this solution?" or "How do I integrate this into my operations?" And basically we realized we just needed some internal resources on this. We needed to kind of have some answers to some questions, some institutional knowledge. So I was put on a project to kind of try to answer some of these questions, but the questions were big. And what was originally maybe like an internal resource and then maybe a white paper, around December of last year, it was just, you know what, this is a book. This really is. We've got a lot to cover here, and got to just figure it out, find a way to tie it all together into a single package, because, you know, it really is, it's an enormous topic. It's an enormous topic, and it's also very, very relevant. If you're in safety, if you're in risk, and you know, probably any job in trucking for that matter, it's not a nice to know anymore, I think anyways. I think if you're a safety professional, it's kind of, you got to know at least what solutions apply to your role, you know?
Yeah, and you know, this will probably take us kind of off track a little bit, maybe out into the weeds, but one of the things that I've noticed, and I just mentioned, I was talking to Elizabeth Barna just a moment ago, and she's a long-time person in the trucking industry. She was with the American Trucking Associations for a long time, and she has her own agency now called EAB Strategies. But one of the things that I brought up here, too, is that there seems to be more focus with the Trump administration now to get trucking in America, don't get me wrong, trucking in America back on track in terms of bringing the element of common sense back into some of the regulations. And does compliance and safety, are they equal? Does compliance equal safety? And that was an age-old question that goes back 50 years in my own career. Does compliance mean safety? Certainly you can be compliant and safe, but does it necessarily equate? And it doesn't, and they're starting to figure that out. So now they're going to go back and restudy some split sleeper berth rules like 5 and 5 and things like that. Stuff that was successful and then got pulled away. So when you finish something like this book, Pro-Tech and Proactive, it seems as if some things are always changing, and they probably changed in the course of working on the book. How long did it take you to write it, and did you find things that you're working down this path, and then you find out 2 days later that, oh, wait a minute, they're changing that rule, possibly, maybe, so here we are, what do we do from here? How much of that was in your way, so to speak, when you were writing?
Well, I mean, in terms of, I mean, it's not written to really focus, I guess, on regulations other than to kind of draw the comparison between, you know, what it means to comply with regulations and what it means to actually be proactive in your safety management. So in terms of regulatory change, it's not really the focus, so I don't really see any major issues there. But, you know, about half the book is about describing different types of safety technology before I get into, you know, what you can do with that knowledge. And you know what? That's got a shelf life. It really does. You know, like as soon as the book is published, obviously, probably there's going to be new things, right? There's going to be constant change in that area. So that was kind of an issue going into it. And not just is what it is, but I mean, we just wanted to get that information out there because it can be hard to find, and also hard to find from a reputable source that's kind of being triangulated from a couple of other sources. In terms of how long it took, it's probably about a year's project from when it was kind of, hey, you know, you want to work on this to the, okay, it's all done. But I'll tell you, the last 4 months were, they were the heaviest, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Quite a lot to get the thing over the line, but, you know, it just, I like that, but I like this kind of work, so it certainly was fun to do, that's for sure.
Yeah, let me ask you something. Were there any? You kind of know what you're going to be talking about. You kind of writing about. You kind of know the lay of the land before you enter in. Were there any real surprises? Were there stuff that you just flat out did not know and like, whoa, wait a minute, how did I not know this?
Oh, so much, and you know the thing is, like, the more I learn, the more I really realize, the more I don't know.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
like,
and that's when you know you're really learning, though, isn't it?
Well, it kind of is, you know, and it's and it can be very exciting because you like digging into stuff if a person's curious. But stuff that really surprised me when I did this, probably, I mean, a couple of things. I guess first one would just be how poor return on investment information is, like as a metric to evaluate if a person should use safety technology or not in their operations.
Mm-hmm.
Should focus on efficacy, how effective it is. And that was that was a little that was kind of surprising. I didn't really find a lot of good information to support ROI as I kind of lay it out in the book. But and then the other part of it was just the degree to which, I mean, I kind of knew this already, but like the degree to which you have to have the staff resources to be able to manage the technology. Yeah, it can make a lot of efficiency gains and it can help in a lot of ways, but there's very, very few things that you can just pay for and then they work. I mean, automatic emergency braking would be one of them. You spec your trucks with something like that, and now it has it, and it works as long as it's maintained. But most things require this ongoing investment of time and possibly money as well to make sure you're actually using the data, using the system, training staff, and that is where I see carriers making most of the mistakes is okay, we brought this thing in, why is it not working? Well, because no one's really tried to make it work. You know, it was like we thought we'd pay for it and that would be it, you know. That's a big issue.
Yeah, that's interesting. You know, this is not a parallel, Dave. Dave Elniski is with us. He is with the Alberta Motor Transport Association, and he has written a book called ProTech and Proactive. It was published earlier this year, exploring fleet safety management technologies. And Dave is talking here with us this morning about the writing of the book and how it came about and some of the surprises he might have found. One of the things too that we seem to we seem to be sold a lot of stuff now. You know, you need this, and this application will solve all of your problems, and you can combine all of these other apps into this one app, and that seems to be the way we need to be going to simplify. We do a show called Tech Talk with TMC, Technology and Maintenance Council, Dave, and Jerry Hubbard is one of he was one of our guests on the program, and many times, and he talked about cab ergonomics quite a bit, and we kind of caught cab ergonomic cluttering early on, because all of a sudden the photograph of a cab in a tractor in a Class 8 tractor looked like the cockpit of an airplane. I mean, my goodness. Well, today I'm only going to look at the odd numbered gauges or something, you know, because there's so many bells and whistles and gauges, and it became a problem. That became a safety problem. So we have to declutter the cabin and take a look at ergonomics. And then for women and smaller framed people, what about the size and scale of the truck? So all of these things come into play continually, and they all change all the time, you know. So it's really hard to keep up with all of that. And then you're buying stuff, right, in terms of investing in safety technology. It's not just plug and play anymore, is it? Or they tell you it is.
No, it certainly isn't. Well, no, and I mean, it's those are lines, you know, it's a pretty common marketing slogan. I'm not ripping on any particular company, but just this like, hey, I've got this solution for you, the busy company owner or safety person, whomever, whatever. Buy my program, use my app, use my service, and I take care of the safety management for you, or one part of it. And that really is, at its core, kind of a lie, because you can't, as an organization, delegate your responsibility outwards when it comes to safety. So if I were to go and say, okay, well, I'm running my trucking company, I bought this software program, the software program told me here's all the things I have to do to comply with the regulations, I'm good to go. If I make a mistake, if the software company made a mistake, I'm the one responsible still. I made a bad purchase now. Or I got sold something I shouldn't have, been sold, or whatever, or I didn't use it properly or whatever. But like, you can't, that is, I think is very tempting, of course, right? Is, oh my gosh, look how complex this regulation is. Could somebody please just take this off my plate? Yeah, that's a very normal feeling, but it doesn't really work that way. And you can't, and the regulations are complex, and I've seen a lot of, technology suppliers just get them flat wrong. And it's like, yeah, I mean, you have to be on top. You have to at least know what it is at a high level you want and what you're trying to accomplish with the safety technology. Because if you're using that tech provider as your primary source of information on if their product's good or not, well, obviously, there's reasons there for what they're telling you to be biased. And it's this multiple sources, this finding evidence, figuring out is it effective or not. That's the key. And that's like a key principle in the book too, is like, not only is this stuff effective and here's some evidence for it, but how do you figure that out yourself? So you can actually challenge perhaps what you're being told from one source and know where to go to verify it somewhere else, because that's a big part of it, for sure. Yeah.
It is indeed. It is indeed. Our time right now is about quarter till the top of the hour. We're here at the New Orleans Convention Center, right outside of Hall J, and we are here for the Trimble Technology Conference, where technology meets the road. And we're talking with Dave Elniski. Dave is a safety and risk professional and a researcher, and he's been researching and now has put out a book called ProTech and Proactive about fleet safety management technologies and things like that. One of the things, Dave, you're talking about safety technologies and which ones should we invest in. The idea of saving money by you got to spend money to save money or spend money to make money. Most insurance companies now are going to give you some pretty decent quantifiable discounts and reduced rates for, ADAS and things like that, anti-braking, lane avoidance technology, things like that. There's a lot of balancing going on here in terms of, where you put your dollars and how many ways that return can be made, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, and that's why it really gets to the heart of why return on investment data is, well, honestly, it's poor data a lot of the time if you're trying to figure out if something's going to work in your organization or not. And it's kind of ironic because obviously what better metric could tell you if something is saving or making you money than return on investment? That's the whole point of that metric.
Yeah, right.
But it adds a layer of complexity that just, because that's the thing, if I say, okay, well, if you use this program, you get a 42% positive ROI. Okay, great. Well, first of all, is 0 or 100% the break-even point? Because sometimes that's not consistent. And the other thing is, well, over what period of time? Under what conditions? All these, but you have to really know a lot. But if I just instead say, you're going to see this type of collision go down by 42% in this kind of a company in these environments, well, now you can go as the carrier. Figure out what your collisions cost. Don't worry about what someone else's collisions cost. What do they cost for you? And if you don't have that answer, then you got to work on your financial data first before you're ever going to be able to hope to calculate ROI. But if you're able to say, this type of collision cost me this much, this is how many I had over this period of time, and if I put this in, it's going to reduce over a similar period of time by this amount. Well, now you can use your own financial data and figure out your own ROI. But you could strip away that financial layer, get down to the basics of this is how it works, under what conditions, and if it's good or not, and here's some other data besides what the provider's telling you. That's how you can actually really figure it out for yourself. And that's really the core issue with ROI is it gets your attention if you're a business owner for sure. But if you don't dig into the details behind it, there's no guarantee you're going to see anything like that at all.
Yeah, indeed. And again, things that have absolutely nothing to do with trucking or technology whatsoever play into that return on investment quite a bit. And they have their own course changes too that you have to keep up with as well, because they change their principles sometimes, and you kind of get caught in the middle. And if you don't know that they have changed their methods or their modus operandi in a sense, then you get caught short sometimes if you don't know that information. So you got to have somebody, right? You got to have a guy.
You have to. And the thing is, I interviewed some very, very large carriers, some American, some Canadian, when I wrote this book. And some of these companies, like they can employ like a data scientist or something like that. They're at that size. But so, smaller operations might not be able to do that, but that doesn't mean they still don't need that kind of support. So when we're looking at a consultant or a safety consultant or external support, what it means now to be, I am a safety and risk consultant or professional, whatever. Well, what does that really mean? What domains, what areas, what kind of operational experience do you have? Because it really does, if you want to find the right sort of support to help you implement this stuff, becomes another area where you need to be able to make sure you're matching the service provider with the technology you're intending to use.
Mm-hmm. You know, one of the things, too, that you point out in the book is how to bring safety technology in, implementing best practices to bring in safety technology. One of the things that I always kind of point to is back, oh my goodness, I forget how many years ago it was now, but when the ELD became a requirement here in the States, I think it was 2017, December 2017 or something like that. We talked it up quite a bit beforehand, the whole industry did. And then after it became the rule, I asked drivers, I said, well, do you have the ELD? Oh, yeah, I got it. I said, well, what kind of instruction or tutorial did you get on that? And I got to tell you, David, 100% of them said nothing. They just told me it was out there, and that was it. And so there's that. And then we find out like 6 months later that there were all kinds of guys getting into trouble because they just didn't really know how to use the ELD to their advantage, because there were things that you could do to make it work, but they didn't know. So are you still seeing that kind of stuff today? And that's part and parcel of your book, too, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. No, we see that for sure. And I mean, you were talking about cab ergonomics for a while, and it's relevant here because, when we look at, generally speaking, if we're going to say, okay, like when I was trucking, it was all 18-speed transmissions, and that was primarily what I drove, but that was just the part of the industry I was in. It wasn't that long ago. Automatics are still dominant then. And with the automatic, the general consensus in the industry is, okay, well, it's easier, so less training's required. But when a truck adds a feature, that still doesn't mean that no training's required. Because how does the automatic work? Is there a creep mode? Is there not? Is there a low traction mode? How do you use it? But same with ADAS. Well, the automatic emergency braking, drivers should know if that's in there, how it works, what to expect. Lane departure, all these systems, and the ELD fits right in there too. I mean, anytime somebody's given something new and say, hey, you got to use this, or hey, you could use this to help, anybody would need to be trained on that. Why would anybody know to use it without? So I mean, but again, if a company is, putting the technology in, but they're not providing any training, they have safety culture issues. They got safety management problems, and it's not just that one issue. Where's the ongoing training program, the mentorship, the redundancy, and those are the that's part of proactive safety management. And that's not, you don't need necessarily technology for that. You need to have the right philosophies and safety management systems and training in place. So it really is, yes, we got all this technology to assist, but the human element is absolutely not removed from this. And if anything, in a lot of respects, you need a lot more of it in specialized areas to make it effective to see those gains.
Yeah. Dave, you did it and didn't realize it, but you did a segue for me a little bit just a few moments ago, because you mentioned 18 speeds when you were driving trucks, and you still do, because you were in the Army Reserve in Canada, and you get to drive some pretty cool trucks, as you say. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your own history.
Oh, for sure, yeah. So, I mean, from a trucking side, I guess I started. Oh, it's been. I'd have to see when I got my license. But anyways, yeah. I mean, I've been trucking for a while, and it was. I started out just really for no reason other than I always wanted to do this. I wanted to go ever since I was a kid. I want to drive a big truck. So, didn't have kids at the time. Went in, got into long haul trucking. That's what I wanted to do. And after doing that for a few years, I was kind of looking for what's next, and safety was the thing that really stood out to me because, when I was on the road, that was very real, right? I'm going through the scales. That's my license on the line, so I took pride in making sure bumper to bumper, my truck's in good shape. My load is secured properly, all that kind of stuff. So that just kind of felt like the area that interested me the most. And then safety management, now AMTA. And then alongside that, I ended up going back to school. I did my master's in women and gender studies, studying social issues and safety management and trucking. And then now switched to public health, doing a PhD there. So it's unrelated from what I do at AMTA. Like, they're not officially linked together, but the subject matter is all the same. This is just something I'm very interested in. And as for the military, that's winding that down now. It's been a little over 12 years, and with school, work, family, and a bit of a sore back now. It's the time to move on. But I really very much enjoyed what I did in the reserves, and that was an activity to maintain just out of a sense of service. I just felt that, if I am able to, should the time come, need to be called upon, well, I want to be I want to be in that position, able to help. But yeah, it's a lot of fun to off-road a heavy truck that you don't own and maybe have to, cover their maintenance cost of. Yeah, there's some fun stuff I got to drive for sure, and yeah, I'm going to miss that.
How has the book been received this year? Been out several months now. What are folks telling you?
I've heard positive things, but I mean, maybe just people are being nice to me. I don't really know. I think it's been good.
I'll take it anyway.
I mean, yeah, exactly. I just don't listen to the critics, and life's a lot better, right? No, I think it's being received well. It's been sort of, it definitely serves its purpose, because really, I mean, yes, we've made it available digitally for free. You can also purchase it on Amazon. We just cost recovery, the lowest Amazon will let us charge it for, because we want the information to be out there. That's part of the mission of the AMTA, and other associations are going to be like that too. But probably, in a lot of respects, one of its central purposes, though, is to be an internal resource as well, so we can see, well, what part of this are people most interested in, and then if we want to run a marketing campaign or build some training or do a talk on it, we can pull from this now. And so that's kind of where we're kind of in a phase now where it's like, okay, the book's out there, we're getting some information on it. What should we do next in this area? And I'm kind of curious. I mean, I don't know. Is that something that you're seeing associations down in the U.S. doing, kind of putting out resources on safety technology, or kind of getting into this space?
Not so specifically, no, Dave. I mean, and that's the word right there, resource. I think this is already becoming a resource. Your book.
Well, I hope so. So. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what would be next, or what would be another way to present it. I mean, in some respects, having that big descriptive section of all those different kinds of safety technology, it's almost better if that lived on a website. You could update them, add new ones. It would always be dynamic.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I like the book format too, though.
I understand. I understand. Well, sir, it's really been a treat talking to you, Dave. Really a chance to kind of feel like I've almost kind of got to know you too, long distance here. Hope we can talk again. Congratulations on the book, and we will be in touch. Dave Elniski, and of course he is with the Alberta Motor Transport Association.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate you having me on the program, and yeah, feel free to reach out. Be happy to chat again.
Fantastic. Well, here we are at the Trimble Technology Conference, where technology meets the road here in New Orleans, as everybody who is visiting here says, but I kind of like it. New Orleans, land of red beans and Creole Queen.
And Creole gumbo, too. Nice job, Dave. Well done.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
It's the final hour, the post trip on Nemo Nation. Let's see what we can see with Madison with a T.
Hey, Madison with a T, what's happening over there, sister? Hope you're doing well. I hope the world is treating you in a good shape. Madison with a T is making it happen over there. We're making it happen over here at the Ernest and Moriel Convention Center. My good friend Phone Master Dre is here. You enjoying yourself so far?
God, I'm enjoying it. I'm hanging out and getting to meet handsome people like this, man. Oh, and I get to sit next to this guy, Dave Nemo. I'm loving it. And the coffee's good.
Handsome dude sitting across from you, huh?
That's what I'm saying. I'm a little nervous.
I don't mean me. I know, dude. Every place we go, it's like I'm the handsomest dude here. Not no more.
Man, this is a killer collaboration of people. I'm ready for this interview.
I am ready too. Dave Nemo, of course, who sits at the center of Nemo Nation. We're here at the Trimble Conference. Insight happening all over the place. Dave, would you care to do the honors of introducing our next guestamundo?
Shane Hagan is with us. He is the Senior Solutions Architect at Clio. And that's all I know about you. So we're going to find out more about you while you're sitting here. Good morning and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah.
We got a chance, Dave, to talk as you guys were doing that great interview just in the last half hour.
Dave Elniski.
Good job, by the way. Those are
Canada.
some good people up there doing their thing as well too. We got a lot of good friends up in the northern part of North America. Best neighbor anybody could ask for. Let's talk about you though for a second. You were telling me before the break that you spend a lot of time talking to IT people.
Yes.
That's what you do. It does not mean that those IT conversations don't directly affect the American trucker on the road. Can you kind of explain what your connective tissue is to them by way of explaining your connective tissue to those IT folks?
Connective tissue is a great way to put it. So we effectively connect businesses together. So carriers to your customers, to your warehouses, to wherever you're delivering the loads to, we're connecting those businesses together. And how does that connect to the drivers? It's we are directly pulling information that the truckers are creating when they're moving loads across the country. So whether it's where you're at or if you've arrived at the destination, we're making sure that information is getting to where it needs to go to your customers, making sure that they're in the know and up to date with where you're at.
And I asked this question of him as well, Dave, over the break. I said, and I know what he does and I understand its value, but the inherent question I ask you is somebody at that cocktail party says, what do you do? What do you do? Can you take me through what a day looks like for you on the job?
Yeah, so it's a lot of conversations, right? And I'm having a lot of conversations as a solution architect, right? What I do is talk to people about the problems that they're having and how our technology can solve issues that they're experiencing, make day-to-day life better for them, and really kind of drive more efficient processes across their business.
My final question, and I'm sure Dave will have some stuff for you too as well. So what are the challenges right now? I mean, we can talk about what's going to be discussed here on the floor, which will be part of that conversation. But connective tissue is important. Sometimes as football players find out, you tear the connective tissue and then you're in the rehab. Where are your worries? What are you concerned about with the onboarding of so much data? And then Dave has a really tough question for you about data. He's asked only one other person today.
Okay.
But what are your concerns? What are your big worries in regards to your area of the supply chain? What can go wrong, and what are you doing to make sure that it doesn't?
I think it mainly stems from expectations, right? Everybody's expecting more information and more information faster in a more rapid time frame. So just communicating quicker and more efficiently and more reliably is what we're hearing from carriers. Carriers have that requirement from their customers, and that goes upstream to the customer's customer, right? So it's all these connections. They have to be strong, they have to be quick, and you have to be confident that they're happening and information is getting shared across these businesses.
Ask him your question.
Okay, the question is, does data do or does data does? In other words, is data singular or plural? I always thought data did. Data tells me as singular, but now it's the data does.
Yeah, so I mean, I think technically
Data are.
Data is technically, it's like fish, right? Like fishes.
Yeah,
it's,
I know, right?
It's like a non-plural word, I guess.
But it is kind of cool, though. But you brought up the idea of fish, though. That really visually, we were talking about the cloud earlier and how much I love the idea of the cloud, because as much as it looks like one compact thing, what it really is lots of little drops of water.
Yes.
All kind of amassed. But the fish thing is even maybe a more interesting kind of way of thinking about it, because if you're thinking about a school of fish, they move together, they seem to be in unison, they seem to be of a hive mind, but they're not. Fish are not of a hive mind.
Right.
So that's, I guess, the kind of question is too, Dave. I mean, because the idea is we're always looking for outliers, we're always looking for, when we look at polling data and all that kind of stuff, there's always the least possible scenario, the best case scenario, the worst case scenario. So is it both?
It might be. So I think
and at one moment it do and the other moment it does?
It's not only both, it's everything.
Oh yeah. It's everything. I think it's both. Yeah. Technically, I have a degree in computer science, so
I'm shocked.
Yeah, shocking. So technically, right? I think there's a datum, which is a singular point of data.
Oh, by the way, my father-in-law,
Man,
he's my father-in-law, by the way. His eyes got it was like two singular datums, like working together.
So that's to get real technical on you, but I think that's how it is defined. Data is kind of it's a plural. It is a plural, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, and the other thing is too is the fact that one of the he has a good friend who is a regular or recurring guest on the show named Rick Gobble, and Rick is a big man when it comes to rules and regulations and security measures, the FMCSA and all that kind of stuff. And I will do my worst impersonation of Rick Gobble. You ain't got to know the rule. You got to know where it is in the book. And so my question is for a truck driver, for somebody who, as we talked about before, smart people, but they're focused on staying between the white lines.
Sure.
You're staying between the numbers. How much literacy in regards to data do you feel like your customers who aren't analyzing that data need to have? And do you feel like that there are ways of getting them there in regards to, like I said, Dave asking the question, of course, data, datum, does, and all that kind of stuff. But in regards to when you're talking to clients, if you were talking to a truck driver, what would you give them advice on in regards to how much do they know about the data that they're looking at? I mean, they should know what they're looking at, but how deep do they have to go?
So I think if you're using whether it's a software or your ELD that's in your truck, you don't need to understand every little thing that's happening under the hood. If it's a good software, if it's a good interface that you're working with.
By the way, he means under the hood of your software.
Yeah.
You guys need to know what's under the hood of your truck, by the way. That's why we have that segment.
Yeah.
But that's exactly what you're getting at, right?
The metaphorical hood, yes.
Right.
So I think it's, as long as you're working with a solid solution there, it should be presenting data in a way that's relevant to you, and you don't need to understand everything that's happening underneath that.
I have my last nerdy question, Dave, because I'm a big baseball fan.
Okay.
And by the way, I was in heaven for 7 games, just just rooting for both teams to play wonderful. The idea that when you talk about the idea of Moneyball, and that's been the kind of great, I think, to some degree, both for training, for safety, for the whole thing, that the idea that a truck driver, he or she can look at their individual data and then compare it against other data and begin to make choices of how to improve their game.
Sure.
Do you feel like we're there already? That the driver that he or she can look at the numbers that you guys are looking at and go, okay, if I get a better deal on gas and I sleep at a different time, it looks like that I can use this data to maximize my profits. Not today or tomorrow, but over the course of the year. Am I making sense, Dave?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if I'm following. Maybe Dave heard that.
Well, no, but the idea that it's like, do you feel like that the data that you work in, we're going to get to exactly what you do, because what you do, you're being very gracious here in talking to truck drivers, but you don't deal with truck drivers.
No.
But do you feel like that we have data now that allows the driver to look at a spreadsheet and begin to make decisions about how he or she can drive based on the data they'll get, in the same way that a baseball player can improve their swing?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the data is there, whether it's being presented to you or shared with you and not being gate kept.
Right.
I think is the key. So the data is there, whether or not
you choose to use it, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so you've been very kind and generous in talking about that. So we got two other big questions. The first of which is, tell everybody what you do, because you spend most of your time talking to most of your kind. Mm-hmm. You talk to IT guys. And then I want to talk about your company overall.
Sure.
And their position and all that stuff. So tell folks what you do. Now that you've come out of your cloud and come down to the road, take us up to the cloud with you.
Sure. So, yeah, my day-to-day is having conversations with folks, figuring out what kind of issues they're experiencing at a technology level for the most part. And then I take them through our product. I show them how it works, what it does, and ultimately try to overlay that with their current process and how they do things, and make them understand, hey, this is how our technology can make your lives better, how you can be more efficient, serve your customers better, and have a better bottom line, make more money. So that's really what I try to show when I'm talking to folks.
Okay. And of course, the obvious question, Dave, is what's your product?
Mm-hmm.
Explain the product now, and that will explain the company.
Sure. So we are Clio Integration Cloud, and effectively we're a solution that sits between the supply chain, right? So between every company in the supply chain, we could potentially be there. We are connecting information between carriers, retailers, warehouses, making sure that the information that they need to share is going back and forth. So what that boils down to is B2B integration. And usually or traditionally that's done with EDI. I know I'm getting a little
You're doing fine. You're doing fine.
But that's typically how it's done, and we facilitate that back and forth, right? Make sure that everybody's communicating the information that they need to communicate with each other.
Yeah, I mean, so essentially you serve as a bridge.
Yes.
So you're working with, all right, so let me make sure I'm clear still, because like I said, I've read up on you guys, but the idea is, like I said, you work mostly with IT people, but your company makes sure that the people who are actually on the boots on the ground running the supply chain actually have a conduit bridge, a passage, a liminal cloud with through which that their information can move through to the people who actually are moving the supply chain. The people who are, I guess, what we call prompting the supply chain are able to have a pathway to continue to prompt those who are moving it.
Exactly.
And I mean that literally. I mean, they all play an important part, but a prompt is not the same thing as the person who pushes you gets to stay where they are while the other person goes out and moves. That's kind of the core of what you guys
exactly.
do.
I mean, there's cycles all across the supply chain, right? If you're a carrier, your customers are constantly asking you for, move this load for me, right? So we can automate that request where the customer is saying, hey, take this load and move it from A to B. We take that request and push it to the carrier. We push it to that TMS system, and it shows up there. And then the response to that, the updates to that, the invoices on that load, we all will pull that information and send it to your customer so that, again, everybody's in the know, everybody's up to date on what's going on.
Are you worried? Do you have these days, and it's been on a lot of people's minds, it's a big thing for Dave, do you have cybersecurity worries? Do you? I mean, I'm telling you, he lives in fear of this. He lives in fear of the friends of Hugo Chavez and Putin's pushed, pulling in and pouring through stuff and pouring through data. I'd like to go your own crystal ball. I know it's not your métier or your area of expertise, but I'm sure you know a lot about it. Do you feel like that enough is being done in the sector? I know you guys feel like you are, but do you feel like enough is, because remember, one person gets breached, even if you have a firewall, it means they're 1 inch closer to you.
Yeah, I think there's standardization that we do that is making that happen, but we
go ahead.
We across the industry there's standards that we're trying to follow, but that folks fall through the cracks, right? There's laggards, if you will, and so those laggards, like you said, can
jeopardize everybody.
Exactly.
I mean, that's the thing.
Exactly.
I mean, there's I don't know if you know Mark Graney, who wrote the Gray Man novels. He actually has a whole premise, and by the way, just like Tom Clancy, he does his research. World War III almost gets set off because one person opens up an email and clicks on the wrong thing, and we joke about it, but there are ways of doing that if you get into the right system.
Right.
So how do you, and like I said, I've read up on you guys. I'm not asking you because you've had problems. I'm asking you because how do we as responsible actors in the space act as ambassadors for responsible acting?
That's a great question. I mean, it's following the right procedures. I think it's training too. Especially nowadays, there's a lot of like social engineering that folks can do with AI, for example. Right?
Oh, it's crazy.
You can take a picture of me and have me do something crazy in a video, and that is all of a sudden some sort of proof for something that I've done. So folks could use that to social engineer some crazy scenarios and bait people into giving up proprietary information.
I'm going to give you one, and like I said, we just got in the weeds here, but I'm going to give you one. I don't care. I'm having a good time. We like our new friends. I got an email, so I'm talking to a friend of mine. He's a veteran. He's a well-placed veteran. He has set up an opportunity for us to have a relationship with a nonprofit. That nonprofit at a reduced number would be able to both advertise but also be featured on our show. He's been really behind the scenes trying to find an actual sponsor for them as opposed to making them come out of their marketing budget. Been waiting on that patiently. It's not a rush. It's a good thing. We're happy about it. I get an email from him where he is writing an attorney for another company. And in that hacked email, is escrow accounts of clicking. I am BCC'd on it, meaning that the intelligence of it is that it's attempting to replicate him like going, I've closed the deal for us, wanted you to see this, which means they got into his information. Think about what they've done.
Yeah.
Think about what they've done in regards to our communications, what they've hacked in between us, and all the hope in that. I'm the son of an attorney. Ain't nobody put nothing in no escrow account for a marketing campaign. But I thought about that, and I think about people's hopes and dreams, man, and that's the new game. That's the new fraud. It isn't just hacking into your system. It's using what is best about us.
Exactly.
To unravel us.
Exactly. And I've seen the same exact thing at my job. And it's a similar situation. They play on your emotions, right? They think
it's no longer wait till you see this.
Yes.
It's like they have information that has passed between you and it's got your hopes up. Like, oh, we got them right here.
Exactly. And so I've seen that, and I've called it out. It's happened to me. I've been copied on an email. I said, hey guys, this looks fake. This isn't for us. This is definitely an attempt to,
it's all my dreams coming true. Click.
Yeah. Oh, more money from one of our biggest customers. Yeah. Let's go get it.
And it's crazy. And like I said, the only thing that we can really do is kind of remind our partners. That's the biggest thing I think we can often do. Anytime we almost get hacked, or anytime we do get hacked, we can't live in shame. We got to go. Just want to let you know I was hacked. Here's why. Once again, same story. Within 5 minutes of getting that email, I was already like, no, I was getting ready to. I call him and he goes, yeah, I got hacked. Nice. I was getting ready to call you. He said instantly he knew, but he had no shame about it.
That's exactly how you need to do it, because otherwise,
that's
folks
how they
might
win.
keep falling for it.
That's how they win.
Yeah.
That's how they win. Dre, I feel I keep talking to him. I feel like I'm going into the weeds here. How am I doing on time? Am I good?
We're real good.
He's sticking around. This guy's sticking around. Absolutely. What's your own origin story? We always, like I said, we make a new friend. We feel like we got a friend here today. So tell us about yourself.
So I live in Philadelphia at the moment. I've been there for about 5 years. I grew up in central Pennsylvania, so Harrisburg, Hershey, if anybody's familiar, I'm sure.
No, we know it.
Maybe we've passed through at some point. So I grew up there, went to college at Penn State, and have been living in the...
I think y'all made a mistake. I think you made a mistake. Good luck.
It's a sore subject.
I don't know who exactly you're getting, but remember this: there's a lot of good coaches in the MAC. You don't have to. Don't go pilfer anybody else. There's a lot of people at Notre Dame who are cackling from on high about the events down in Baton Rouge. But yeah, it's just interesting. By the way, so Penn State is the place you went. A little whiteout.
Yes.
Happy Valley.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And then where'd you go from there?
So right after college, I got a job at a similar company to what I'm doing today. A little different focus, but they were based in Philly, so that's what brought me to Philly, and then stuck around. And Clio, the company I'm at now, was gracious enough to let me work remotely. Clio's based in Chicago, so
5th biggest city in America. You know that, Dave? Philadelphia. Philadelphia. Yeah.
Chicago's number 2, right?
No, it's It's New York. Then Los Angeles, then Chicago, and then you have and then Houston.
Houston, yep.
But it depends how much you're counting in Houston, because it goes out for a long time. And then you get to our friends in Philly. Here's the crazy thing. You know what number 7 is?
Is it Miami?
It's San Antonio.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody knows that. And then you find out how many Fortune 500 companies there. But back to Philadelphia, it's a crazy big city. I think people forget about the fact that it's working class sort of values and its chip on its shoulder. Is that people forget that's a big place.
Philly gets a bad rap, man.
Well, no, because Pittsburgh is like if there's a northern equivalent to New Orleans, it's Pittsburgh. In regards to population size, too. I mean, people have decided that Pittsburgh and Philadelphia are equivalencies. Philadelphia is a monster.
Yeah, they're
it's an international city.
It's like you're in a different state. They might as well be in different states.
What's the great joke? Somebody says that Philadelphia is an international city faking working class roots. Because it's big, dude. I mean, it's a big place. I mean, it is. Center of a lot of things as well, too. So you go to Philadelphia, and there you are. How long have you been doing this particular job?
I've been here for 2.5 years. But the job I had at the company I was at before
was it supply chain related, or was it connective related?
It was more connective, like internal connectivity rather than supply chain connectivity. So
what's the difference?
There's different technical reasons, different motions and patterns that you'll follow for internal connectivity rather than external. External, there's a lot of you want to rely on other people's technology, and you need to put a lot of monitoring around that, making sure their stuff is working rather than you're just worrying about your own things. So there's just some different patterns and different focus.
Let me ask you some other questions too, because one of the problems with technology in the trucking sphere is that there's a lot of self-certification that goes on. A lot of people, when it comes to ELDs and a whole bunch of other stuff, it's like, no, it's fine. We certified it. And then, of course, Dave and I actually talked about for a while having these ELDs are no longer certified segment on the show, and you could do one every week in that way. Do you find it a challenge to work in an industry where sometimes it's on the absolute cutting edge and sometimes it's in Tulsa of 1972? I mean, does that play any part in where you stand in this bridge?
100%. The entire basis of what supply chain communication comes from is from technology that's from the 80s. Walmart started the standard back in the 80s, and we've followed that as a supply chain standard since then. So were
there no tweaks during COVID? Because Dave and I talked about that. Were there no tweaks during COVID?
It definitely evolves, and
but it's evolving. There's been no great disruption. What the pattern that was established by Walmart in the 80s and the other people.
Exactly. And, it's just so ingrained now that it's impossible to replace.
Yeah, don't take left turns.
Yes.
You know that, right, Dave? No left turns. You know that, by the way, that they literally plan so many of their trips not to take left turns. And it's just like, you think, it's ridiculous. And then you go, oh, my God, that's kind of brilliant. And that's, but yeah, that pattern is there. Because I know there were some changes during COVID, if I remember correctly, where some of our friends actually realized if you have inner-city buildings where nobody's in them, rather than let them become rat-infested hellholes, turn them into immediate warehouses where you can resupply quicker so you don't run out of toilet paper, was part of the game.
Sure.
What are you most excited about being here for? Which got you excited?
So, I'm doing stuff like this. They have me doing another interview, I guess, on another podcast.
Whose? Maybe we know him.
The Logistics of Logistics with
Oh, yeah.
Joe Lynch.
Joe
he's
Lynch,
terrific.
I just saw Joe about an hour ago walk past.
He's a terrific guy, and he
Awesome.
actually knows his business, and he actually knows how to talk to people, too. So you'll have a really great time with him.
He comes on with us. So
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
This show is kind of an aggregate. We just drop everybody in,
I see.
and everybody kind of comes by and says what's going on. We just got you for a bit of a longer form because we're covering the Trimble Conference over here in site at the Ernest N. Memorial Convention Center on Nemo Nation. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Continue.
Yeah, no worries. So I'm talking to him. We're doing an on-stage. They have like a demo showdown where technology companies get to come and show their product for 5 minutes. You get a 5-minute timer. So we're getting up on stage and showing our products up there. And then we have a booth and, just having conversations with folks. So it's all good stuff. It's all, just learning about problems that folks are having and seeing if we can solve them.
You and I should talk later on about maybe dropping in from time to time on Nemo Nation and keeping us up with what you're doing. I've
Sure.
been dying to say this for the entire interview. It's a joke you've heard a million times. Come back, Shane. You promise us that you'll do that?
That's crazy. I was given a VHS of that movie.
I tell you this,
that
brother.
Sat in my bedroom for years.
Once you see it, though, once you see what a badass Alan Ladd is as Shane, you're like, that's a pretty good name to have, man, because he kills those guys. I mean, he kills some bad dudes, man. It's great stuff. There's a big debate, by the way. Is Shane dead at the end of the movie, Dave? Yes or no?
I don't want to say.
All right.
I
Well,
can
we'll
tell
leave it
you
at
one
that.
thing, though. Shane had to stand on a box to kiss a girl.
Oh, yeah?
Not this Shane, though.
No,
Good
not
looking man,
this Shane.
tall dude. Shane Hagan has joined us this morning. Tell him one more time where they can go to find out more about your company.
So you can find us at Clio.com.
And you're on all the socials?
Yeah, all the socials.
If you go to the website, they'll have all the links where you can go, right?
Yeah,
I
we
checked it out.
can put some links in there. I don't have all of it off the top of my head, but we're on LinkedIn. We're on
Yeah, you got all that
YouTube.
stuff.
Yeah,
It's
we're
all LinkedIn.
everywhere.
Shane's a
But-
good dude.
but
He's a cool
Clio.com.
dude. We got to get him back, Dave.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
You got it.
Appreciate
We'll
you.
take a quick break, come back on the other side here. Nemo Nation's coverage of this wonderful conference we're having here over at the Ernest N. Memorial Convention Center at the Fastport Studios continues. Madison with a T. Take us away. Things are groovy over here. Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, Andre Thibodeau, and Shane Hagan, regular recurring guest for the first time. Be right back.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss, Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
Nemo, Nemo Nation, king of the wild frontier.
Welcome to Nemo Nation. We're
What
back
are you talking
What do
about,
you mean?
man?
What do
I
you
told you to do. I set Dre up. I told him to do that.
okay.
He didn't just make that up as he went along.
Gun
Dave
to my
makes
head.
it up as it goes along. How you doing, brother?
Oh, I'm just trying to get over that. I hope you don't get sued now.
You won't get sued.
No,
copyright.
You
Yeah,
can
live
do that.
performance.
We're good.
Satire.
Just-
Satire. Live performance
Just
satire.
don't sing Happy Birthday and you'll be okay.
Sing the Stevie Wonder version.
Oh, it's really fun here, by the way. We're at the Trimble Conference. Insight is happening all over the place here at the Dutchland. Sorry, it's actually the Ernest N. Morial Convention Center. Dutch Moriel's stomping grounds. Actually, they built it here, too, because of where the World's Fair was in 1986.
Yeah.
And Dutch was the one who got it across the finish line as well. We are thrilled to be here. We're thrilled to be guests of Trimble. Dave, would you care to do the introduction?
Yes, indeed. Ryan Johnson.
king of the wild frontier.
He's the director of cybersecurity at Trimble. Ryan.
And now
good
you know why I
morning.
asked that question before
Yeah.
we left. Okay, go ahead. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Good morning and welcome. I've been biting my tongue all morning because I've been chomping at the bits to talk about cybersecurity because it hasn't been mentioned very much, and it seems to be the overriding umbrella cloud, but dark cloud that hangs over all of us now, cybersecurity. And it ain't just cyber people that aren't secure. It's all of us. And wow, they are the criminals.
He's deeply worried. He
I'm
deeply worried.
Quite concerned.
Gotta stay vigilant. Yeah.
Quite concerned. And your background, I got to tell you. Can I read this?
Please.
By all means, we both share a law enforcement background, Dave.
From chasing drug smugglers in the Caribbean as a U.S. Coast Guard officer to thwarting threat actors from stealing intellectual property, Ryan Johnson has had an adventurous career in security, starting his cybersecurity work as a senior consultant supporting numerous U.S. federal government CIOs, then venturing to the private sector directly supporting financial, healthcare, and technology industries. He is the director of cybersecurity for multiple lines of business at Trimble. How do you have time to sit down here and talk to us, man?
We have a wonderful team.
Wow.
Entirely highly intelligent security analysts at our in-house 24/7 security operations center.
I can begin by the way you open the door on that. How do you put together a team like that? How do you put together a team like that? How do you determine the people that you need, and what are you looking for when you put that together?
Yeah, when you look at the cybersecurity industry, there's not enough jobs to fill the growing need. You could, as a cybersecurity engineer, you can pick up a litter of where you want to work. Everyone is trying to hire a cybersecurity architect to best safeguard and implement technical and administrative controls as part of their defense in depth methodology. So, yeah, to answer your question, you have to dig deep. You have to do strong interviews, and to be able to retain that kind of talent is really the biggest challenge from a employment perspective. So,
yeah, because people, we talked about Penn State coaching search in the last in the last segment, and a lot of people don't seem to want to be able to develop their talent from within. They want to I'm being a jerk here, but there's a certain security problem here too. People want to poach talent. They want to find people who have been developed and grab them along. And by the way, that's fine. But the other question is that how do we develop that talent in-house? Because the thing is, you want to bring in, like any good sports team, you want to have a lot of homegrown folks, but you want to bring in the occasional free agent in putting together your team. Is that part of your strategy, or because there are other ways to do it. You can do the Magnificent Seven, or you can grow them all off the farm, or you can do some kind of combination. What do you try to look for?
Yeah, I think with all recruitment and talent management, it's both a blend of external and internal development. There's certification trainings that either AWS and Azure, Microsoft use, but we do grow security analysts, and as part of their own career progression, they do develop into roles that have increased responsibilities. So, but as cybersecurity is an enabling function. So we are here to enable the business, but also provide guardrails. So that's everything from policy development to also implementing the right technical controls that best safeguard our customers' information. So it's a hybrid of internal development as well as getting the best of the best to come and really you got it to sell yourself. You have to sell the company that this is going to be the best opportunity for themselves. Because as I mentioned beforehand, they can go anywhere they want. So,
in my observation, Ryan, is that trucking has been slow to move into the.
For those of you who cannot see, because you're listening, Ryan, that is landing on Ryan like a ton of bricks. He agrees with me intensely.
Okay, so that being said, with the cyber theft that's going on in trucking right now, I feel as if the industry at large got caught with its pants down. Just wasn't ready for it. They weren't into it themselves to the degree that they knew that criminal elements were equal or above their level. Okay, so now we know, hardly. The other problem is proprietary considerations in terms of, well, I don't want to let you know that my load of toilet paper got stolen because then the guy with the paper towels is not going to
shame.
And it's still a thing. I thought that was kind of over with now. But I was talking to some guy, Ben Wilkins at NMFTA, will tell you, no, it's pretty low. People still don't want to say they got ripped off, which really helps the criminals immensely. Every time you don't say something,
that's why Guy Fieri died for all of our sins.
Yeah,
I'm not being. I'm being. That's part of that motivation was him like getting out there and saying, "We got to talk about this. Or it's going to keep happening, right?"
Yeah.
Exactly such. Let's touch on the transportation logistics relatively lack of a security posture. It's everything from culture. It's not unlike the DoD or financial industries that have spent the last several decades training, investing in technologies.
Yeah.
Like
dealing with the friends of Hugo Chavez. I mean, there's no other way to kind of put
exactly. So transportation and logistics, our customers in general, this is relatively new and they're adaptive, or they're like, oh yeah, we're doing security because we have a system admin guy who's basically updating the servers and doing patches. Like cybersecurity is so much more than that. And I think as a result of these type of security incidents happening more frequently and so forth, it's forcing board of directors to have to pay more attention to it and not wait until you get a breach until investing in security.
Well, there are more and more doors, right, Brian? Right. I mean, it's like not just the ELD, it's not just the GPS, it's not just your back-end systems, it's everything. There are so many points of entry. And even if you guys do your diligence, somebody else could leave the door open.
That's correct.
In the chain. And then the whole thing begins to cascade at that point, right?
Exactly. I mean, number leading cause of cybersecurity incidents is because of human error. Oh, hey, I sent this file to the wrong customer. And I want to touch back onto what Dave was talking about with respect to disclosure of a security data breach. Mm-hmm. So one of the great things about cybersecurity, the industry has become more around sharing and learning from our mistakes, saying, hey, this threat vector, we got to tackle this threat vector for this reason based upon this malicious attack, and saying, hey, look, this happened to us. Bad on us, but hey, we want to help. We're all in it together, kind of thing. So, if you had the same vulnerability here, make sure you patch it. So,
yeah, it's just and I'm not kidding. He lives in terror of all this stuff, and I just told a story too because the one thing that happened to us recently was a friend of mine. The human factor has become even more important now because before it was about people not understanding computers and just making those kind of mistakes. These guys know that people are aware of those kind of things coming now. We've now got to the point where they actually can get enough of a read on our data to get somebody else's data, hack them, and then create a human environment by which a person can be suckered through sympathy into pushing the wrong button. It didn't happen to me. I saw it happen to a friend of mine. We both caught it at that point. But it knew information that was going on between us and a personal, very, very decent sort of attempt to help a nonprofit it knew all of that, and it BCC'd me as if to say, I'm giving you a little secret information here. It was brilliant in its construction. And I was scared because I said, I recognize this. At some point, we get there. At some point, they figure out by using AI how to flip it. They figure it out.
Exactly such. I mean, we've all come a long way from the Nigerian prince, scheme,
Yeah.
which I did see, like,
Still
just not
works.
even too many years ago. Like, they still pulled in $700,000 as a result of that. So they're using spear phishing, which is basically collecting information, making these highly personalized and believable messages. Also, just spoofing, even pictures via like WhatsApp of someone that is credible, a company's CEO. So obviously, trying to stay on top of that and providing that awareness and training, which I emphasize to anyone, at least annually go through that training and provide some sort of awareness that the malicious actors are getting smarter, they're more efficient, and they're just spreading this out more easily as a result of the use of AI. So,
but we are going to beat them. In other words, they have the upper hand at the moment. But I believe that the good people.
Not in terms of Trimble, in terms of.
Yeah. No. I'm talking about worldwide. I'm talking about
Sure.
cyber criminals. They have the upper hand at the moment. And I mean, because
it's a numbers game for them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. But what I'm getting at is that the numbers are going to flip. We're going to get ahead of them. We're smarter. We're more organized. Well, maybe not more organized, but we're smarter. And we have much more. We must have much more at stake. They have only to gain. We have to lose. And when you have something to lose, that's when you really
only takes
start
one,
to
as you
fight.
like to say.
Yeah.
They succeed if they get one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they're going to be looking at the lowest hanging fruit.
Exactly.
They're not going to spend a bunch of time trying to get into, like I said, the DoD financial industries. Like, it's the construction, it's the transportation logistics sector that is easy prey. So.
How did you get into all of this stuff?
After serving active duty in the U.S. Coast Guard, I was a project manager supporting the Department of Navy CIO, Chief Information Officer. So I got into information assurance and sounded really interesting, and that was back in 2005. So,
well, thanks for your service, first of all.
Yeah,
and
most welcome.
What was the Coast Guard like for you?
Coast Guard, I met the best people in my life.
I have a deep, as Dave can tell you, I have a deep affection for the Coast Guard because our wedding planner, she was a Coast Guard.
Oh, no kidding.
And she actually was, she had done her stint, but she was actually still in the reserve. So she actually had to leave one of our wedding planning ceremonies. Like, I got to go now. I got to go do this thing. So, all right. So you got into this. What is your biggest fear? And I only got about a minute left here. What is your biggest fear in regards to what people aren't doing that is going to expose us all?
The oversharing of information. People putting on public networks. People blindly assigning, acceptable use policies. I mean, we are anything that's free. We're just literally making it so much easier for people.
In other words, people being human.
Exactly.
When you think about it. You
And-
want to share information. You want to show stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Like, hey, I'm a new accounts payable person working at ABC company. Well, guess what? That malicious actor is going to see that you're brand new to a company. You can also issue out invoices and pay them. Hey, I'm going to contact you and reference a previous boss who you know and have basically a fake LinkedIn profile. And the person's like, oh, and you contact them saying, hey, our checking account has changed. It's now this. And the accounts payable person says, all right, here's your $10,000. And you never see that again. So
I'm looking at Dave. He's like, yeah, they're out to get us all.
Yeah.
But I am optimistic.
Our own company came very close to that, though.
Yeah.
We had a major account, and we switched banks, and it took 6 months for them to believe us.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Well, but good on them, of course. But, so all of that.
You have to do the due diligence. You have to use independent third-party auditors doing penetration tests. There's a whole slew of frameworks to follow. It's time and money.
Yeah, I think one of the
worth
other
it.
big problems too is literally self-certification. I think those third-party tests are so important. The idea of bringing in outside people in to test your own system is so important because the ELD, what's happening with electronic login devices in the trucking sphere is ridiculous. They can certify themselves.
Right.
And then only later on do we find out it was absolute garbage, and that they figured out there were ways that people could get in the ELDs and literally wreck an entire supply chain. Just crazy. Dude, you should come back. You should come back.
I'd love to.
You know,
Yeah. Okay, you're on.
You should do that thing. And by the way, since Claire is listening and since Tara is listening, mark it down. Ryan Johnson, who's also the name of the director of The Last Jedi, has joined us this morning.
It's a good name.
Good to have you. Good. And my brother's first name is Ryan too. That's a really kind of cool thing. We will take a deep breath here. A little bit of a break. We will come back on the other end for the final 15 minutes of Nemo Nation. That means Jimmy Mack, Andre Thibodeau, Dave Nemo, Ryan Johnson. Tell them where they can go to find out more about your company.
Yeah, sure. Trimble.com. You can, we offer a whole slew of solutions across transportation logistics segment and construction as well as field systems.
All righty, my friend. It's good to meet you. Have the best of. What are you looking for? Are you going out to eat any place?
I was here in 2013. The Coast Guard leases a float, and I was handing out beads there with myself from February 2013.
Fantastic.
So there's a restaurant nearby that I'm looking to check out. But
Fantastic.
Excited to be back.
There's a whole bunch of great places by the old Naval Station too. With Dave and I have taken people to Jack Dempsey's, great barbecue place called The Joint. Elizabeth's over there as well. All of that really close to the water. Thank you, sir. It's nice to meet you. We're going to take a quick break here. Be back. Madison, break us away.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Ryan.
Hey guys, just want to let everybody know. Oh, the state, by the way, Ryan asked before he took off. He wanted to know the state that I haven't been to is Rhode Island, and I've actually taken that off the list now. It is now done. Come on over, my friend. Come on over. How are you, sir? We're going to actually welcome the last guest here, Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, Andre Thibodeau. The whole gang is here. Dave, would you care to do the honors and introduce our next guest? As you just flip, we're not on that kind of break, dude. You've got to check your clock. Check your clock. Arn, how are you, sir?
I'm very well. How are
Arn
you?
Hayden is joining us this morning. Dave, do the official introduction.
Arn Hayden is the Business Development Manager. We call him the BDM, of course, of automotive and the Internet of Things, ADAS, of course, Advanced Driver Assist Systems, and C to V to 2 to X to everything, and the infotainment and Trimble positioning services, which we haven't really talked about.
No, you have not. And I appreciate your boiling that down to a 3-letter acronym for my title.
Oh, yeah, man.
Everything's got to be a 3-letter acronym.
We live in the alphabet soup anymore.
Yeah, absolutely.
For sure.
But yeah, so let's kind of get right to the heart of the matter. I've been asking this question all morning long. We talked to over-the-road truck drivers. We talked to men and women who are independent operators, work for very respectable carriers, many of them thinking about forming their own small business. If I were to ask you point blank at a party, and I'm a guy that delivers cotton candy to the moon. I have a really cool job. And tell me, what do you do? I mean, and kind of sum that up. We know what you do, but let our listeners know.
Yeah. And I'm probably a little bit of an oddball here for this trucking industry. So I come from the automotive and IoT group, and what we do is we provide precise positioning technologies for autonomous trucking, but also for driver handheld devices and tablets to make their workflows more efficient. So it provides a much more accurate location for proof of delivery and lane level navigation, that type of thing.
This goes both ways. The idea of the tablets, that everybody's kind of got one and they're using that as a kind of communication kind of platform to kind of talk with one another. I don't mean talk with one another like on the phone, but I mean to communicate what's going on between the logistics of all of it.
Right, and it's probably more for, say, proof of delivery. So if you're dropping off a parcel or a package or an asset, it's obviously super important to know exactly where that parcel is. So this provides a much more accurate location down to less than a meter of accuracy. It's obviously, not for large mass haulings or a tractor trailer a trailer load, but more for the dropping off of a smaller parcel. But also, it provides technology. So if you're driving and you have lane level navigation, you make sure you're in the right lane at the right time, and then you're catching the exit with plenty of time.
Talk to me a little bit about why it's so important to be here, given what you do, why your presence here is so important.
Yeah, I think the one thing here is, and part of this is a learning experience for me too, so I think it's talking to the customers, it's talking to even people within Trimble and partners of understanding what's exactly needed in this space. So when we talk about AI, that's driven by accurate information, not just any information. So location is a key part of that. And how can that data flow through these workflows and make things more efficient?
And that opens up the door for the AI conversation as well, because if you, and I'm going to use a really, really strange analogy here in regards to AI. If, in fact, you get one of those artistic pictures, when people often give things a prompt and you'll get a picture, the more literate, the more comprehensively understanding of what the person wants they write in there, the better and better the picture gets. The more complex, and sometimes the prompt is so beautiful and complex, the AI isn't ready for it at that point. But so much of what we're talking about here is not like AI is not just removing the human factor, it's actually accelerating the human factor, allowing them that if they have command of the language and the shorthand, they can then enter in what needs to happen, and then it can do it. How am I doing?
Yeah, good. I think that's a great example for what we see with more of these earlier type adoptions of AI. I think having when you're talking about instead of photographs and videos, which are fun to make. I've made plenty of them myself.
Crazy,
yeah, it's pretty funny. But I think when you're talking about route optimization and liability of understanding where your packages are at any one time, it's super important. So that data gets fed up into models in ways we can't even comprehend at this point in time. So having that accurate representation of the location is just a bit of that, just the first part of that bit of information that gets fed into those models.
What's next? Where do we go?
I think it's all going to come down to is what makes things more and more efficient. And as we start to deploy these technologies, there's going to be things that we continue to learn and figure out, and how we can use this data and doing what. It's hard to even determine, because we're right at this baby hasn't even figured out how to walk yet.
Well, and we were this was what's interesting, but it's standing up and showing immense abilities to walk and then falling back on its ass and then doing it. I mean, it really. But the baby analogy is pretty terrific, because a baby, if you're not watching, you go, oh no, there's no way it can get out. It's out the door. It's in the street.
Right.
And so the question becomes that we are now moving so fast that usually when we have a new technology, it takes so long to kind of figure it out that we kind of know what jobs it's going to create. Part of the panic around what is happening now, which I don't agree with, the panic is that we are afraid it's going to eliminate jobs, not realizing that it hasn't even begun to open up what's next.
Right.
We're almost, it's like technology we're flying blind with. Is that fair? Do you feel like we have any sense of where this is taking us, that we can start planning for what's next?
I think the biggest advantages of AI are reducing safety issues, reducing errors. So in many of those cases, that's not replacing someone. That's around how do we make this, the people on the road safer? How do we make the drivers safer? How do we make sure that there's less liability when you're dropping off packages and that type of thing? So for me, it's how does that driver not miss the exit? These are all the things that I think are driving this. Is really how do we take, for example, in construction, people working at heights is a huge problem. So, forklifts are another area that can be greatly improved by AI. It could be route optimization. It could be how do you get those forklifts to a better location quicker. So I think there's just a lot of information around here that's not replacing people, but just making safer,
freeing them up to be. Well, it's the Keynesian dilemma. Yeah. Are we freeing them up to do more work? Or are we freeing them up to give them more time to enjoy their lives? That's up to the human beings as well.
Yeah.
But that's the big question. It's not so much a matter of eliminating their jobs, but accelerating the pace at which they happen, and at the same time making them safer. Because if you accelerate the pace at which they happen, you can slow it down and still not waste time.
Right. And I think with any new technology, you're going to see there's going to be bumps in the road for sure, right? I mean, that's to be expected, and we have to be patient with that. In some cases, we don't take in consideration the errors that occur with humans as well. And when we see one error that happens with AI or with autonomy, then it becomes a boiling point right away. So, but I think there will be
nobody, because I think there's the illusion there's nobody to blame. which of course is terrifying.
Yeah, right.
The idea that with human error, we can always figure out what was Bob's fault. When Franklin's
Right.
fault, what is Franklin thinking? But when it's like Hal's fault, HAL,
Yeah.
people are like, what are we supposed to do? Because Hal is now everywhere. What do we do about that?
I bought a 2024 car. I have the same make and model 2011.
Yeah.
So when I got it, I started talking about the differences, all of the ADAS stuff and everything.
Right.
It has cameras, so it can keep you in your lane. It sees the lines. Tells the car to turn a little bit, so it does drive itself, essentially.
Yeah.
Is that artificial intelligence? Or or will artificial intelligence be added to that technology to make it even more better?
Yeah, and I think you're talking about, when we talk about autonomy in automobiles, there's different levels. There's L1 through L5.
Right.
And so you're probably operating on an L2 plus, right? And I think there is a lot of efforts happening in that L2 plus area, because you're not taking the driver's responsibility out of the equation, right? So you're still responsible for that car. And the same thing, but once you start getting into like level 4 and level 5, where the drivers in some cases might not be a driver. Well,
Do you remember that book, Robot Take the Wheel?
Mm-hmm.
That's what L4, L5 is,
Yeah.
where it's like, I'm done here. Just give me. But you basically turn to the car and you say, I don't know the best route there. I don't know what the extent in traffic is down the road. You figure it out. Get me there. Goodbye.
Yeah.
You sit back and then it just takes off. That's L4, L5, right?
Correct. Yeah. And L5 is when there's no driver in the vehicle.
Right.
So, but yeah, you're going to see, the one thing about it is when you look at these systems, there's so many cameras and lidars and sensors and all these different types of ways to determine anything that might be a danger or any issues. Then it just has a lot of safety features built into it. Like, you can't, as a driver, you can't have your eyes on everything, right? So this has cameras around that are operating with it is AI, by the way, we're talking about.
Yeah.
So artificial intelligence is what drives an autonomy stack.
And so there are
vehicle.
levels of AI.
Yeah. Well, yeah, levels of I wouldn't. Yeah, the level 2 through 5 is not necessarily a level of autonomy, a level of AI. It's more of just how much of it's autonomous.
Yeah.
So, but
I heard the most cool thing one time. One guy told me, he said, "You want to see a really joyful use of what level 5 could be?" I said, "What?" He goes, "You walk out to your L5 truck, you put your entire presentation, the big giant thing you have to set up over at the convention center. You send the truck on its merry way, and you get on your bike and you ride there to get your exercise in. It arrives so that you get there, park your bike, then take all the stuff out and bring it in."
yeah. I mean, I think there's a lot of thought being put into safety around these features, and it's impressive to see. They're on the road today, so they're driving today from, mostly in the southerly routes from
Texas,
around Texas areas, and
Phoenix to.
Yeah, and they've been driving for years now. So, but now they're on the roads, and they're
and they're starting to make their way across colder climates and steeper climates too. They're not just on that flat Earth run from Arizona into Texas and beyond.
Yeah, that'll be a while out, I think.
Yeah,
but
they're starting to show up there, but they're not staking a claim to those territories quite.
Right.
just
I mean,
yet.
you want to limit. You understand your limitations. You want to make sure you have safety in all along all the ways.
Are you finding that too? I find that there's a lot of people out there who are kind of pushing the envelope, but it seems that on the flip side of that, there's a lot of people who are actually working in the field who are playing by the rules and understand the limitations of it. We're out of time.
Yeah.
You have to promise us you'll come back at some point so we can have a more in-depth conversation.
Absolutely. It was certainly fun.
Yeah, really love talking to you.
Great.
Thank you, sir. Dave, take us out of here. We will we'll wrap this up. Let him get back to his conference, and we're over here at the Trimble Conference, by the way. Insight is happening all over at the Ernest N. Morial Convention Center. Dave, what is the show about tonight that you're recording?
The show is called Alternatives. It is alternative versions, cover versions of songs that were hits, but the alternatives became even bigger hits.
By the way, Madison, if you will do us the honors of getting us out of here so Dave can tell our guests goodbye, I will hang with you until the last possible moment here. It's Nemo Nation, Phone Master Dre, Dave Nemo, and Jimmy Mack coming at you. Thank you, Dre, so much for everything.
My pleasure. I was happy to be here, buddy.
All right, guys, we'll see you tomorrow night and tomorrow afternoon. and tomorrow morning.
Have a good day.